Supremacy Games. Chapter 151 to 170. Chapter 151, The Hunt for Landlord has began. 2 in 1. Immediately after hearing what his ally just said, Solar Mist didn't jump from joy or sigh in relief, but actually glared at him with a furious look. He felt raging fury at his partner having a solution all along but still deciding to hide it until this point. Just how much time did they waste standing here waiting for Felix to come by himself while they could have literally gone hunting him down already? You, what the hell are you saying? Pure Muscle, who had an ever shorter fuss than Solar Mist, gritted his teeth, trying his best to suppress his anger and not jump on Hound Stench. Let me explain first before exploding. Undisturbed by his ally's furious looks, Hound Stench sighed and said, I have an ability that allows me to track anyone's location by smell. However, for it to take effect, I need Landlord's unique smell. So what's the problem with that? Pure Muscle didn't even let him continue his explanation, before snapping at him. Do you have his smell on you? Did you even meet up with him inside the maze? Hound Stench's gruff voice neither rose nor lowered as he threw a barrage of questions at Pure Muscle. He simply sighed and added, I doubt that any of you met up with Landlord inside the maze. If you did, you wouldn't have been standing here alive and kicking. Tongue-tied, Pure Muscle unclutched his tight fist, gradually cooling himself off. Even with his potato brain, he easily figured out what he meant. As based on what he had seen from Felix's treatment inside the game hall and the interview segment, he was certain that he wasn't a merciful person to leave a player walk away from his clutches. Especially now that there was a bet going on, where even 1 GP was important. Wait a second. Didn't all of us meet and interact with Landlord before we were dropped in the maze? Quick-witted as always, Solar Mist easily found a loophole in Hound Stench's reason. Do you think I am stupid not to notice such a thing? Hound Stench glared at Solar Mist and said, if I could track Landlord using such an outdated smell, I would have done so alone without needing to come here and hope to encounter him by chance. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, -2 in 1, _490815916784200036 for visiting. Solar Mist nodded his head in understanding. What Hound Stench said was logical and within reason. After all, if he had such a busted ability that allowed him to track anyone no matter how far the distance separating them without having a single weakness, that ability should honestly belong to a legendary beast. However, Solar Mist knew that Hound Stench's bloodline was from an epic tier 2 beast called Hellhound. So, having such a weakness was completely understandable. The stronger the stench of the target, the easier it is for me to locate its whereabouts. Hound Stench shrugged his shoulders, I doubt any one of you met up with him during the last 50 minutes or so. Right. Solar Mist's expression instantly turned ugly after seeing that everyone was shaking their heads. However, he still didn't give up, as he promised them that anyone who met with Felix during that duration, would get 100 million SC reward. Unfortunately, no one spoke or stepped forward to help. Hound Stench shook his head in disappointment and returned to his position, standing silently like before with his oversized brown coat, covering his entire body, except for his exposed bald head. He never held any hope for those players claiming that in their journey they spotted Felix. However, he still put out his card in the open to extinguish all options. Now that he did, hope for locating Felix was truly snuffed out. No one was affected the hardest by this failure than Solar Mist. He was truly on the verge of losing his shit and start massacring those useless pieces of garbage that he wasted time and his reputation to sign a contract with, for no benefits at all. The moment he proposed the infamous slave contract in the game, his reputation among the spectators fell sharply. Of course, his party members who were also in it weren't spared from being looked down upon by the spectators. Slave contracts were frowned upon, just slightly below placing bounties on the players' heads. After all, those contracts ruined two of the spectators' most favorite things in the game. Death and balance. The players who signed the slave contract were supposed to die and not walk around freely with a second chance at life. Although their lives were under the mercy of others, they still had a chance to leave the game alive. The perfect example was those 21 players who just signed with Solar Mist's party. They should have died in a gruesome manner to entertain them, not stand around the maze exit like statues doing absolutely nothing. This example also highlighted the newly messed up balance of the game. If Felix decided to rush to the exit and not fight the legendary beast, how was he supposed to fight against 25 players all at once? In the eyes of the spectators, that was purely a sure death trap, which was inescapable by no one. Thus, anyone who proposed this screwed-up contract was sure to get hated and booed by them. This was the reason why boos and insults were thrown before when Zoe switched the camera focus from Felix to the maze exit after they finished watching his replay. How could they not, after seeing with their own eyes Solar Mist's party hunt down players and force them to sign a slave contract to kill Felix? Whether they hated Felix's guts or not, that wasn't the proper way they wanted him to die. Thus, seeing Solar Mist's ugly expression and his party disappointed looks after failing to create another plan, made them feel an unspeakable euphoria. Now what? Pure Muscle abruptly asked, breaking the desolate silence in the area. However, no one answered him, as they also had no idea what to do. Solar Mist kept fiddling with his glasses absent-mindedly. No one knows if he was in deep thought on the situation or he simply gave up and kept gazing in a daze. He was supposedly their think tank. If he ran out of ideas, then they truly should just accept their loss. I believe I can help you out with your problem. Out of nowhere, the Queen AI's monotonous voice resounded in everyone's ears, stunning them speechless, not knowing how to react to such mind-boggling news. Who could blame them though? The Queen wasn't supposed to assist anyone in the games. She had absolutely no authority to interfere with how the players were supposed to play or fight. As long as everything was within the rules, she must stay in her place. The players' first thought after hearing what she said was that someone within the party was playing a prank on them by using her voice. Thus, they turned left and right, trying to spot the bastard who was trying to anger those 4 hardcore players at this tense moment. They truly wanted to lay low-key like this until the game ends to regain their freedom. Yet, a retard wasn't able to read the mood properly, and they were going to suffer with him. Who the F***ck did that? Just like they assumed, Pure Muscle was the first to respond, as he shouted at them with a murderous gaze. He was truly planning on killing someone. Frightened, the players gulped and took a step back, not wanting to get targeted by this furious gorilla. Just as Pure Muscle pointed his finger at a player randomly, planning to snap his neck to ease his fury, the Queen's voice resounded again. It was me. This time the source where it came from was clear. Everyone turned their heads and stared at a man wearing a white mask and a black hoodie, coming out from the wall's shadow gradually, starting from his head to his feet. Mastermania. Surprised, Solar Mist quickly wore back his glasses, not daring to believe his eyes. Mastermania, a well-known idol, who breathed attention in and out, was actually hiding his face and voice. Was the sun rising from the west as well? Although none of them saw his face or heard his voice, they immediately knew his identity, and for a simple reason actually. There were only 2 Shadow Element users in this game. That's right, Mastermania and another player with a rare bloodline were the only ones from the 100 or so players participating in this game that had the Shadow Element. Mastermania, who was a popular idol, had all of his abilities already exposed to the public. He was famously known for having the passive ability Shadow's Cloak that allowed him to submerge in the shadows and travel through them. What the hell happened to you, pretty boy? Straightforward as always, Pure Muscle asked impolitely what was in everyone's mind. The area descended into an awkward silence, as the players were waiting patiently for Mastermania to answer, yet, he simply stood silently in front of the maze exit, not bothering to address Pure Muscle's question. Suddenly, he put his hand on the closed door and caressed it softly. The players were merely confused by his actions, and not worried that he would push it open and exit the maze, emerging as the winner. Ultimately, he was still part of the wager, and anyone participating in it was forbidden from winning the game by using it. Felix proposed this rule, just to keep those hardcore players inside the maze, whether they liked it or not. He really did one on us, didn't he? He sighed through his nose since his mouth was completely ruined by Felix's acid aura. If it wasn't for so, he wouldn't have been using the Queen's voice as a means of speech. He sure did. Solar Mist sighed after understanding what he meant. I heard what Mr. Hound said. Master Mania removed his hand from the gate and said, I believe I have what he needs. The moment Hound Stench heard what he said, he clapped his hands twice while saying, Everyone, please give us some space. I don't want your smells to interfere with my ability. You heard the man, move. Pure Muscle Means was always rougher as he pushed and kicked those before him. Within a couple of seconds, the area was emptied, leaving only Master Mania and Hound Stench near the gate. Based on the heavy burnt-off smell your body is emitting, I believe you fought with Landlord and lost. Right? Hound Stench asked. None of your business. Master Mania glared at him. I wasn't asking you to tell me about how it went, but to know if you managed to touch him during your battle. Wait a second, you did touch him, right? After seeing that Master Mania was avoiding having eye contact with him, Hound Stench's expression turned a bit unsightly. How can he be this incompetent? What a waste of a fine assassin bloodline. Hound Stench gave him a disdainful gaze and asked, as long as you reached 5 meters, I can still create a smell mark. Master Mania's eyes light up after hearing so. He remembered that he was paralyzed exactly 5 meters away from Felix. Go ahead, start using your ability. After hearing a positive response, Hound Stench sighed in relief and ordered him while opening his brown coat, look here. A bit humiliated to get ordered around, Master Mania gritted his black teeth while staring at Hound Stench's stomach with a hint of fear. The spectators who had no idea about Hound Stench were stupefied at the sight of a large dark hound's head merged with his stomach. The hound had long white fangs protruding outside of its vicious-looking mouth, a spherical black nose with 3 nostrils, sharp hairy ears at the top of its head, and lastly, its eyelids were closed shut, not letting the spectators see its eyes. The spectators didn't know if the thing was alive or not, however, Master Mania, who had it in front of his face, knew that it was alive and kicking. Its nasty breath kept assaulting his nose each time it exhaled a breath of air. Wake up, lazy head! Hound Stench smacked it right in its scalp, yet only a soft growling sound responded to him. If you don't wake up in 3 seconds, you could forget about eating dinner tonight. Hound Stench twisted both of its ears just like a mother does to her child. Ugh! The hound cried pitifully while opening its eyelids, exposing 2 bright red eyes, emitting a dangerous vibe. Stop whining, it doesn't even hurt that much. Hound Stench gave a gentle smile, as he gazed at his partner in arm acting like a drama queen. Some spectators almost throw up in revulsion at such a messed up sight. They didn't have the guts to continue watching Hound Stench talking to that beast stuck in his stomach like it wasn't a big deal. This was probably the first time in their life to see a player who obtained one of the rarest top mutations. Rebirth. That's right, the hound had its own consciousness and thought process. And not just an active or passive ability. Such a rare mutation could happen only 1 in a million times. Plus, it had way too many strict conditions to just have that one chance of getting it. The first one was to awaken or replace a bloodline using at least 30% at once, a quite difficult hurdle to achieve but not impossible. The second one was to have at least a 75% affinity rating. Those 2 conditions must be met first if one wanted to have a chance to awaken the consciousness of the beast he merged with. After all, the bloodline itself had pieces of dormant consciousness, memories, and such. If it wasn't for so, humans shouldn't be able to integrate with beasts. That being said, Hound Stench's mutation resulted in having the hellhound's head protruding from his stomach. Probably not a lot of bloodliners would hope for that to happen. Use smell absorption on this idiot. He pointed his finger at Mastermania and added, absorb only the smells he was met with between 40 minutes to 60 minutes ago. Lazy and muddled, the hound yawned widely with his tongue dripping with saliva, sending a wave of nasty stench towards Mastermania, causing him to gag and almost vomit his guts out. Coco brought his nose close to Mastermania's face and abruptly inhaled a deep breath through it. Colorful particles with multiple different colors came out from Mastermania's body and went rapidly inside Coco's nose. No one was able to see those foggy colors, except for hound stench. Coco kept repeating inhaling through his nose and exhaling through his mouth until nothing was coming out of Mastermania anymore. Okay, we are done. Hound stench let go of Mastermania's head and took 2 steps back, putting some distance between them. He closed his eyes and focused on the many smells that Coco just absorbed. The passive ability he was relying on was called smell deduction. It allowed him to memorize an arsenal of smells without getting confused in the slightest. The best part, he could differentiate between them even if the 2 smells were only 0.01% different. Hound stench made sure to memorize everyone's unique smell when they were standing on the stage during the game hall, including Felix. Thus, what he was trying to do now, was comparing the smells that Coco just absorbed with Felix's scent that he memorized. Minutes passed by and still, hound stench had his eyes closed deep in his zone, eliminating one smell after the other rapidly. The smells Mastermania was exposed to during that 15 minutes window was quite a large figure. Hound stench had to make sure that he was error-free in his comparison, lest Felix's smell pass by him unnoticed. Come on, faster, faster, faster. Solar Mist kept murmuring under his breath while his eyes were glued to his AP bracelet clock, ticking continuously. Who knew that it would tick for whole 5 minutes before Hound Stench finally opened his eyes with a satisfied smile. Without further ado, Hound Stench waved his hand, signaling for the players to return. Solar Mist was the first to dash forward, running as fast as he could, unbothered about keeping his classy calm image anymore. The rest of his party soon followed after him. Any good news? Immediately after arriving, Solar Mist asked. It was a close call. Hound Stench clarified, Landlord's smell that I picked was barely enough to create a tracking mark using my ability. He smiled mildly, if we didn't have Coco, we may not even be able to use that mark. He patted the happy Coco head, who was huffing with his tongue out, pleased by getting complimented. Although they didn't understand what he meant by the second part, Solar Mist and Spirit Visage still thanked Hound Stench over his effort like proper gentlemen. All right, Mr. Hound, can we go now? He asked impatiently. We can move at any moment now. Hound Stench pointed at the 22 players and asked, however, we can't take everyone with us. They might drag our speed down. Solar Mist nodded his head in agreement and clapped his hands twice. Listen up. Those who are confident in their speed or strength, join us in our hunt and you will be rewarded with 100 million SC. Although the players got hyped up after seeing the reward gets mentioned up, not a lot of them decided to join the main party. Actually, only 4 players raised their hands, showing their desire to participate. Despite the enticing reward, the majority of players still preferred to remain near the exit and especially away from the main party. They weren't frightened by Felix's strength, but by the main party itself. Who knows, they might actually fail to locate Felix successfully during their journey. Which meant, Solar Mist would lose his shit and start killing them like harvesting cabbages. They had no way to defend or resist him after signing that contract. Hence, in their eyes, it was much to stay as far as possible from them until the game ends and they regain their freedom. Useless pieces of trash. Irritated and irked, Solar Mist gave them a death glare and stopped bothering with them. He knew exactly what was in their minds, and he had no time to correct their thoughts by torturing some of them. If you are not coming, then you better make sure that no one opens up the gate. He shouted, anyone who reached 5 meters near the gate, cut his goddamn head off. You hear me? Solar Mist's fiery personality started to show up more often. Spirit Visage mused as he gazed at Solar's mist, losing his composure yet again. Landlord was right, fire element users shouldn't try to act calm and cold. It just does not fit them at all. Without waiting to receive their response, Hound Stench pointed at the northern path and sprinted with his coat flapping in the air, exposing his stomach, which had Coco with its tongue out. The rest of the party swiftly chased after him. Master Mania went to the nearest shadow in the wall and submerged himself in it, planning to chase after them while hidden. A whopping 15 minutes passed since the moment Felix's announcement had passed. This meant they only had 45 minutes to reach Felix and kill him. Plus, even if they did kill him before the game ends, how were they going to surpass Princess Bird, who was obviously above them in ranks? No one knows what was their end game. Was it to simply kill Felix and wish that Princess Bird had died somewhere, or they already had a plan to emerge as the winner after killing Felix? Chapter 152, Invisible Attack. 15 minutes before the game ends. I can't believe she actually cheated on him. What a b*tch. Screw you. What do you know? He clearly wasn't treating her properly, it was only natural that she takes revenge somehow. Pfffff. I never saw a wife cheat on her husband because he refused to take her shopping 3 times a week. Felix laughed, I didn't think your taste in drama would be this shittiest. Felix. Stop bad-mouthing my dramas already. Otherwise, I will cut all ties with you. She yelled at him with flushed cheeks, finally not able to handle his nitpicking. The bastard asked her to pick a drama to watch from the collection he downloaded before entering the game. He promised her that no matter what she picked, they would continue watching it together even after the game end. Yet now, he was trash-talking the plot during the very first episode. How could she continue enjoying her watch when he kept laying those negative remarks every goddamn minute? Yeah, whatever. Utterly bored, Felix waved his hand dismissively while sitting on the top of the golden chest. It stopped glimmering brightly immediately after he opened it up 45 minutes ago. Felix stopped watching the drama for a second and glanced at the time in his AP bracelet with an odd look. This was already the 5th time he saw the time, and every time, he couldn't understand why the game was still carrying on. He knew that it was nigh impossible that no one actually managed to locate the exit even after 2 hours and 15 minutes. Even adding the 4th shuffle that happened 15 minutes earlier, still, it didn't make sense to him. Those players, who didn't participate in the wager with them, might not be as good as the hardcore players, but Felix was confident that at least one of them should have lucked out on the exit by now. He wasn't really complaining or anything. In fact, he wanted nothing more but for the players to not find out the exit in the next 15 minutes to help him get the win as well. It just that he found it a bit odd, that's all. Did Goddess Luck finally notice me? He mused in a good mood, it was about time I get showered with some luck. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _492408506931544138 for visiting. Why wouldn't he be? His wound was completely closed by blood clotting. His total GP had already reached a whopping 9,200, without even calculating the points of the 9 players in the wager. Now, he even had a slight chance of winning the game? His mood was beyond terrific. This game was truly one of the best ones he had, even adding the tens of games he played in his previous life. I can finally join the Ivy League. Dodge Felix. Subconsciously, Felix jerked himself backward, dropping from the chest in an unsightly manner. However, he didn't care about how his dodge turned out, he was just glad he dodged successfully. Wait, why did I have dodge? He thought to himself. Boom. The sound of the chest getting blasted answered his question. Yet, even after he heard the sound, Felix was still confused, because he didn't see what caused such a loud noise. He might have been deep in his thoughts, but his guard was always raised to the limit. He never trusted this false sense of safety. This made things even weirder. His eyes actually failed to see the upcoming attack. If Asna didn't warn him on time, he would have probably got blasted instead of the chest. What the F***ck is going on? He cursed under his breath while peeking with one eye from behind the chest. The area ahead of him was still empty without any sight of the enemy. He activated his ultra-infrared vision, hoping to spot the F***er who wanted to mess with him. Look and behold! His red shimmering eyes showed him 4 humanoid red auras standing 20 meters away from him, another one 40 meters to his left, and finally, 3 hazy auras at 60 meters, one lying on the ground while the other 2 were standing next to it, like bodyguards. Totally freaked out, he gulped a mouthful at this sudden assault. A freaking 8 players were so close to him, yet he didn't have a single clue. If his mental energy wasn't on the verge of exhaustion, he could have afforded to activate his infrared vision once in a while and saw those players sneaking up on him like this. Too bad, he couldn't even keep active for a couple of seconds before his head started to ache. He immediately turned it off, making him narrow his eyes in dread at the empty area in front of him. He knew that his situation was dire. How was he supposed to fight invisible enemies, who throw invisible attacks? Asna, mind telling me what are you seeing? He requested. What do you mean? There are clearly 5 players in front of you. Heck, the guy with the glasses from before was the one who attacked you. She asked in bewilderment, can't you see any of this? No, nothing appears in my eyesight. Describe them to me and make it short. He gritted his teeth, I have a few guesses of what's going on. No wonder you didn't dodge. I thought you weren't paying attention. Asna stood up from her lying position on the bed with a serious expression. It wasn't the time to act playful. She knew that Felix wasn't in his optimal form to fight 2 players, don't even mention a team made of 5. Thus, instead of describing the players as he asked her, she took a step further, and straightaway read his memories. It didn't even take her a split second before figuring out their names. Solar Mist, Pure Muscle, Spirit Visage, and 2 random players, who weren't part of the wager with you. She informed him. Sure enough, this was Spirit Visage's doing. Felix said. Careful, it seems like the stuck-up prick with glasses on is going to attack you again. Asna suddenly warned him. Asna, you be my eyes from now on, tell me everything that will endanger my life. Felix requested while taking cover behind the chest. Thank God, he never left his position. Otherwise, if he was ambushed like this during his walk, things might not turn out as pretty. The chest was large and indestructible. As long as he remained behind it, he would have a good shield. Careful, they stopped at 10 meters. It seemed like they are not going to continue walking. She warned. It's because they don't dare to. Felix sneered while snapping his finger, creating one acid bomb in his hand. His energy might be on the border of exhaustion, but they didn't know that. Felix wasn't going to show them any form of weakness, lest they drop all pretense and jump on him together. Their lack of information about his energy level and wariness from his poison aura made them act this cautiously. The only player Felix was truly worried about was Spirit Visage. Based on what he read on Spirit Visage's current known information, he was an illusion element user, who was in possession of an epic Tier 2 ethereal sorrow fiend bloodline. Although his element clearly was a rare grade, like time, space, life, and such, it didn't mean that beasts with illusion elements were all extinct. In fact, from Tier 1 to Tier 4 there were quite a few beasts' bloodlines to pick. They might be rare and expensive as hell, but they could still be bought. However, from Tier 5 plus, there was absolutely not a single illusion beast found to this date. No one knows if their elusive abilities made it impossible for humans to find them, or they simply didn't exist in the first place. This meant for poor Spirit Visage, his bloodline path was blocked at stage 3 of replacement. Unless he had a secondary element or managed to obtain the elemental potion. Felix, who had the same element, knew all of this as well. Hence, his reason why he never bothered to enhance his illusion affinity. After all, why would he do so, when the only bloodlines that were in the market were absolute trash? Felix would be a fool if he ever thought of replacing the J. Ramongandra bloodline with such garbage bloodlines. That being said, the ethereal sorrow fiend bloodline truly had some wicked abilities. Such as, the one that Spirit Visage was currently using to hide his party from Felix's eyesight. Eyesight perception blockage. Felix mumbled the name softly. When he failed to see Solar Mist's party and the upcoming attack, while Asna was able to easily, he quickly figured out what happened to him. He knew that this ability made his eyes unable to see anything except for the background. In other words, Solar Mist's party could throw any ability they wanted without worrying about Felix seeing it and defending against it. The perfect ability for ambushing. Still, like any other ability, there was always a type of limitation and weakness to balance it out. Felix knew exactly what to do in order to get himself out of its effect. "Hey guys! It's great to see you again." Felix suddenly stood up with his hands inside of his pockets and said sarcastically, "I never thought your greeting would be in such a welcoming fashion." Chapter 153, Gotta Make a Run for It. 2 in 1. Solar, Mr. Muscle, Mr. Spirit. He said each name while staring right through their eyes, making them flinch. They couldn't help but start to assume that he was actually able to see them. If not else, how did he dodge their first ambush, and now he was even staring right in their eyes? Solar Mist gave a quick glance to Spirit Visage, who was hovering above him in an ethereal form. Spirit Visage understood the meaning of his glance and showed him a shoulder shrug, clearly implying that he also had no idea what was happening. He was certain that his ability had taken effect. He was currently seeing with his own eyes that Felix was inside his ability's 20 meters radius domain. Hence, he was also as confused as Solar Mist. Irritated, Solar Mist stopped bothering with the useless Spirit Visage and began to ponder whether to reply back to Felix or not. He felt that it was a trap laid by Felix. Since, the moment he spoke a single word out loud, the illusion would be broken, exposing everyone inside. He wasn't a moron to fall for such a low-leveled trick. "What's the problem, Solar?" Felix leaned on the chest in a carefree manner and taunted, "Did you finally learn how to keep your feisty personality in check?" He suddenly laughed jokingly, "I never assumed that you would actually take my previous words to heart. What a good boy you are." Felix beseeched him with his hand, "Come near boy, let me reward you with a head pat. That must be the reason you came here after all. Right. Landlord's mouth is literally made out of poison." Zoe laughed out loud at the ugly face of Solar Mist, who looked like he was holding a dump for 3 days straight. The spectators were also enjoying Felix's brutal insults. Yet, they still didn't think that Felix was actually going to get out of here alive. What a joke! They knew that Felix was merely talking big to scare them off as a last attempt at survival. Unlike Solar Mist's party, who had no idea the amount of Felix's energy, they were pretty certain that Felix's energy tank wasn't even 10% filled. Plus, with his shoulder wound that would still hinder him during the fight, there was just no way that he could survive their onslaught. Breath, breath, breath. Solar Mist kept repeating this in his mind while taking a deep breath through his nose and exhaling through his mouth. He was trying his very best to calm himself down and not ruin his team's plans. He just needed to ignore Felix's taunts and his death would be stamped upon. "I bet you will make great friends with Hound Stench's dog." Felix pointed at his crotch and asked, "How you met him?" "He lives right here." He paused and pointed at his stomach this time. "Oh wait, maybe it was here." He scratched his head and apologized, "I am sorry for the audience for having to see that, my memory always fails me." He sighed, "If I drunk photographic memory potion as Mr. Solar did, I wouldn't have had such a problem. Too bad, not all of us are as pretty as Solar Mist to have it gifted to us by a sugar mommy." He shrugged his shoulders and asked warmly, "Don't you agree, Mr. Solution? Landlord, I will murder you." Before Felix could even finish his question, he heard Solar Mist's bestial roar coming from in front of him. He blinked his eyes once and the sight before him was completely different. He saw exactly what Asna narrated before. The only difference was that Solar Mist's body and the area around him were set in flame, while Pure Muscle for some reason started to laugh his ass out while pointing his finger at Solar Mist. He was probably laughing at Solar Mist dropping the ball in such a critical moment. But, who could blame Solar Mist's reaction? Felix's words crossed the line and went beyond it. Especially when he called his dear wife his sugar mommy. Not a single decent man would have his wife being insulted under public eyes and remain calm. Felix did it before during the game hall, and now he repeated it again. This time, he truly went overboard. Felix didn't give jack shit about Solar Mist's feelings. Why would he? The F***er brought an army with him to take him down. So, Felix wasn't going to mince his words in the slightest. He would say whatever needed to get him out of this death trap. Displeased, Spirit Visage looked at his illusion domain that was in the process of falling apart, exposing everyone that was within it. Even him, who was in an ethereal form. He didn't think that a few insults and barks were enough to turn Solar Mist into a man-made flame, literally. However, if he had a wife or at least a girlfriend, he would have understood Solar Mist's fury. Too bad, he didn't even have normal human emotions, don't even mention having a woman. Such a childish reaction. Spirit Visage shook his head while watching from above Solar Mist suddenly starting to wave his hand sideways, sending in each wave a golden crow made of fire. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind could be heard as Felix, narrowly dodging the salvo of crows that were thrown at him. His ears hearing nothing but his heart beating wildly. He never expected that Solar Mist's reaction would be so fast and brutal, not letting him even take cover behind the chest first. Before he could even sigh in relief, he suddenly saw Solar Mist give him a cold smile as he bent his index fingers in his direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flame crows that Felix had just dodged, made an abrupt sharp turn, coming back to assault him this time from behind. Felix didn't even need to see them as the sound of their wings flapping was enough to let him know that his back was totally exposed. The eyes of the spectators widened in anticipation of how was Felix going to handle Solar Mist's way of controlling those crows like homing missiles. Thud! Boom! Boom! Unexpectedly, Felix didn't even turn his head before kicking the lid of the chest wide open, using it as an extra shield against the crows. His play worked just like a charm, as Solar Mist wasn't able to make them dodge the lid of the chest in time, before colliding with it. Felix timed his kick so well, some spectators began to wonder if he had eyes in the back of his head. Shit! Shit! I need to make run for it. Unbeknownst to them, Felix was about to shit himself from fright. He literally just kicked the lid of the chest out of reflex. He never expected it would work so well. However, he knew that it was just a one-time thing that couldn't be repeated anymore. The thought of using the chest as a cover was dashed from his mind immediately after realizing that Solar Mist's Crows of Flame was a controllable ability. He wasn't stupid to let himself be a sitting duck behind the chest. You guys asked for it. Felix shouted at the top of his voice, Mist of the Dead. Consume my enemies' souls to oblivion. Clap. Felix smacked his palms together in a dramatic manner, forcing out a whitish mist out of his pores gradually. The mist kept spreading meter by meter under Felix's deranged laughs. Your greatest mistake was staying so close to me. Now die. Before the mist reached 7 meters, the goons behind Solar Mists made a run for it with frightened expressions. Felix's 3 fireworks truly made them traumatized. If Felix said that his mist could kill by a single touch, they would believe it in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, Pure Muscle's guts didn't warn him in the slightest that the approaching mist was dangerous. However, he still took a few steps back as a precaution. The only ones who didn't move from their position were Solar Mist and Spirit Visage. One believed that his fire was able to evaporate the mist, thus protecting him. The other was in an ethereal form. Not a single substance affected him in this form. Tisk. Felix clicked his tongue in irritation at the sight of those two not affected in the slightest by his aura. He wanted to scare them into retreating by his using their lack of information about his aura, but the bastards didn't move even an inch. Go kill them all! Felix's maddened shout resounded one last time before his aura finally reached the 8 meters mark. Pure Muscle didn't care any more about his gut feeling. He fist-pumped his palm while holding his breath. Zoe knew what he planned on doing, and honestly, she wanted nothing more but to laugh her ass out. Pure Muscle actually activated one of his famous defensive abilities, Derman Armor, because of Felix's hollow boast. Grey rocks started to materialize on his tan skin, covering every inch of his body. Even his face was completely hidden. If his eyes weren't still in the open, any stranger who saw him would believe that he was a statue made of rocks. His transformation didn't take even a second. However, that second was enough for Solar Mist and Spirit Visage to realize that the mist stopped spreading at 8 meters sharp. To actually ambush me, while knowing that I slew a legendary beast solo. I don't know whether to applaud for your bravery or laugh at your stupidity. Felix said in an arrogant manner. Alas, if he wasn't escaping while saying so, his words might have sounded a bit dashing in the ears of the spectators. Yet now, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of him bolting away while hidden inside the white mist. Spirit Visage was the first to notice from above that the spherical white mist that blocked their vision was actually retreating instead of advancing as Felix claimed. He immediately knew that the prick was all barks and no bait. Chase him down. He doesn't have enough energy to fight. Spirit Visage flew rapidly after Felix while continuously giving off orders, just gang up on him. He does not pose a threat. Don't order me around. Don't order me around. Livid, both Solar Mist and Pure Muscle yelled at the same time while running after Felix. They glared at each other for a couple of seconds and switched their focus on Felix, who was exposed in the open after he withdrew his aura. They knew that Spirit Visage was right. Felix was totally spent during his many fights before. He was easier to kill than a random player now. A bloodliner without energy was the same as a tiger without claws or fangs. Whoosh! Whoosh! Solar Mist kept firing those flaming crows at Felix's back. Yet, the moment they reach 20 meters away from him, they disappear. His ability had a limited range, and now it was giving him trouble. He bit his lower lip and increased his speed slightly, trying to lower the distance to 15 meters. That was the optimal distance to manipulate his crows to their best potential. However, Felix wasn't making it any easier for him. His elemental energy might have been spent, but his physical energy was at its peak form. After all, he took a 45 minutes long break, while Solar Mist's party was probably running from the maze exit non-stop to reach him as fast as possible. Seeing that Felix was actually putting more and more distance between them, his fans started to believe that he might actually escape. Make yourself useful and do something. Solar Mist said, glaring at Pure Muscle, who was behind him, struggling to catch up with his heavy transformation. F***ck off. Too bad, the only response he received was a rocky middle finger. Tisk, useless trash. Why did we even add you to our alliance? Solar Mist sneered and turned his head, not bothering himself with Pure Muscle. In his eyes, it was only him and Spirit Visage at this point. Even the slaves he brought with him turned out beyond useless. To actually escape the moment they got threatened by Felix, he honestly would have snapped their necks if he didn't have more important matters to handle. Watch closely how things get done so you won't drop the ball again. Pure Muscle narrowed his eyes while pointing his rocky finger at Felix's back. Dermal armor transfer technique. He called out loud. Suddenly, the rocky armor that was protecting him started to detach itself from his body. His hairy muscular body was exposed to the open again. Yet, the weirder part was that the armor flew immediately towards Felix after separation. Whoosh! When Felix heard a different sound of the wind, he turned his head, wanting to peek at what attack Solar Mist this time used on him. What the f***ck? He instantly cursed after seeing arms, legs, torso, and even the helmet all made of grey rocks, targeting him like a homing missile. He never heard of such a bullshit ability before. He never expected that a defensive ability would be used as an offensive ability. Well, if knew that it was actually a technique it would have made more sense. Now, he could only increase his speed while zigzagging through the paths, hoping to shake them off. However, every time he turned around, his heartbeats increase a notch after seeing them inching closer and closer to his body. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, dash, 2 in 1, underscore 493307446270999189 for visiting. Asna, any ideas? He asked with an urgent tone. Nope. As always, Asna didn't take a single second before shutting him down with a hard no. However, this time her eyes were a bit gloomy. Was it because of his dire situation or something else? No one knows. Zoe and the spectators' eyes kept getting wider and wider at the sight of Felix running desperately while having that armor merely a few meters behind him. Click. F***ck my life. He actually stepped on a trap. Zoe brought the mic closer to her lips and yelled, how could he be so unlucky? She wasn't lying in the slightest, as Felix took the wrong step, opening up a wide hole in the floor right in front of him. The trap had sharp metallic spikes, resembling shark teeth at the bottom of the hole. Scared shitless, Felix jumped immediately after reaching the end of the hole. With his speed, there was absolutely no way that he could have stopped in time. It was better to risk it with a jump, hoping to reach the other side safely. Alas, that didn't happen. The moment Felix reached the middle of the hole, gravity began to do its wonders, grabbing him by his ankle and pulling him down. F***cku Gravity. Chapter 154, Hopeless Situation. Solar Mist's eyes brightened up like New Year's Eve fireworks at Felix falling down with his legs and hands flailing randomly. Yet, what delighted him the most was Felix's screams. Zoe and the spectators all had their hands clutched above their heads, not daring to believe that Felix, after everything he had been through in the game, was actually going to die in such an anticlimactic manner. Cluck! 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 What in the God's name am I even watching? Gobsmacked, Zoe cried out loud at the sight of Felix getting covered by the dermal armor while falling mid-air towards the sharp spikes in the hole. She wasn't the only one dumbfounded by the sight, as the spectators, Solar Mist, and especially Pure Muscle all had their mouths agape as well. Smash! Felix, who appeared like a giant statue made of rocks, slammed into the sharp spikes, sending metallic sparks all over the place. Yet, nothing much happened except for that. His body didn't get a single wound or even a scratch by those spikes. He was completely fine, which baffled him and Asna more than it did to the spectators. Felix, did you bribe that bushy gorilla in the game hall? Or is he your long-lost brother? Asna asked in bewilderment. F***ck off, don't associate me with that gorilla. Felix lifted his heavy hand with cold sweat on his back. That was truly a close shave. He totally forgot about the traps laying everywhere. Before, he was relying too much on his infrared vision to spot those traps and avoid them. But now, he was running full commando without it. It was natural that he would activate a trap sooner or later. He just never expected that he would actually get saved by an ability thrown at him to kill him. Wait, why did it give me an armor instead of smashing into me? He thought to himself. When he was being chased by it, he assumed that it was an offensive ability, meant to deal damage to him. Yet, instead, it gave him a dermal armor. What's the f***ing point? This question was on everyone's mind actually, and not just Felix. Especially Solar Mist, who was about to lose his shit at such a twist. Who could blame him though? Felix was 99% dead, or at least going to get heavily wounded from the fall. But now he was standing on the tips of the spikes like he was standing on solid ground. Forget about saving him from the fall, the armor even gave him extra assistance to get out of the hole. Before he could even insult the somewhat embarrassed Pure Muscle, he saw Felix jump like a rocket from the hole and land on its other side. "Thank you for the armor, Mr. Muscle." Felix waved his hand in a playful manner and said, "I will wire you the agreed amount after the game. Till then. Bye-bye." Felix turned around and continued his escape with almost the same speed, like the heavy weight of the armor wasn't troubling him at all. Pure Muscle's eyebrows twitched at such a sight. It was obvious he planned to use this technique to capture Felix or at least slow him down. Yet, it backfired on his face in public view. Solar Mist removed his glasses and tightened his grip until they broke. Yet, his murderous eyes never left Felix's back. Immediately after he saw that Felix was gone, he gave Pure Muscle a dirty glance and snapped his finger. He didn't have time to deal with Pure Muscle's screw-up. Spirit Visage never stopped chasing after Felix, and Solar Mist wasn't going to let himself be left behind with this buffoon. Teaching him how to not drop the ball? Solar Mist scoffed at what Pure Muscle said before. He messed up way harder than anyone ever could. Phew. A carpet made of flame was created under his feet and starting to unroll itself until it reached the other side of the hole. If it wasn't a white hole covering the entire path, he could have just went around it. Sadly, he could only use his fire carpet ability to help him out. Immediately after stepping on the fire carpet, his feet brighter up with a red halo, entailing the automatic activation of his passive ability Fire Marsh. "Try to catch up, morons." He gave them one last unfriendly glance and sprinted on the fire carpet, reaching the other side of the hole in a jiffy. Phew! Without slowing down his speed, he snapped his finger and the fire carpet disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Pure Muscle stared at his back with a vicious glint. He actually just got insulted in the same breath as those weaklings behind him. He would rather prefer getting insulted alone than being treated like this. "Come here, let me help you bypass the trap." The vicious look he had was replaced with an indifferent one, as he ordered them. Frightened, the players instead of approaching him, took a step back. Their gut feeling was warning them to do the exact opposite. Yet, it honestly didn't even matter if they took a step back or 100. One cold look from Pure Muscle made them approach him obediently. They hated the feeling of having their lives under others, but what could they do? If they disagreed with his wishes, he could easily ask the Queen to pop off their brain, on the basis that the contract conditions were broken. "You first." Pure Muscle gripped the head of one of the players, making him yelp in pain and fright. Suddenly, under the eyes of the spectators, he hurled the player in the air by his head, like a cannonball. Thud! Crack! His body smashed right into the cold metallic floor and rolled at least 6 times like a broken doll before stopping. The sound of his bones breaking was still resounding in the ears of the mortified other player before his head got clutched as well by Pure Muscle's steel grip. "Don't worry, Mr. Bloodish Eyes, your landing won't be as nasty as him." Pure Muscle showed him a sadistic grin and said, "After all, I just had practice. Put me down, you demo." Before Bloodish Eyes finished saying his piece, he got thrown in the air as well. Thud! Arg! Pure Muscle wasn't lying to him, as he landed straight on the motionless body of the first player. That softened the landing a bit for him. "Not bad," Pure Muscle said, smiling. His anger was completely vented on those 2 poor souls. "Dermal armor!" Pure Muscle called out loud while jumping above the hole. His body, just like before, started to be covered in grey stones. Thud! He landed on his feet and sprinted on the CLU.S. tiered sharp spikes before jumping out of the hole again, reaching the other side. Without delaying any further, he pulled the conscious player by his collar and chased after the rest. His rocky hand gripped the poor lad so tight, his neck had veins protruding from it. Tmego. Breathless, the player said letter by letter while tapping his hand in surrender on Pure Muscle's forearm. Oh! Pure Muscle immediately dropped him after realizing that he was choking him. You better make yourself useful then. He gave him a threatening look and continued his chase with a befuddled expression. He didn't want to admit it, but he totally lost them. The moment they got out of his sight, there was no way he would be able to spot them inside this maze without assistance. His abilities weren't really that helpful when it came to tracking others. Sir, you are heading the wrong way. Bloodish Eyes murmured softly behind Pure Muscle. He didn't have the guts to laugh at him for it. Oh? You know how to find them. Pure Muscle suddenly stopped and ordered, don't answer that, just lead the way. Bloodish Eyes didn't even get the chance to brag about his tracking ability before he got shut down by Pure Muscle. Yes sir. With slumped shoulders, the player changed direction and sprinted with his head lowered. Pure Muscle thought that he was upset. But in reality, the player was actually following red bright footsteps that only he could see by using his active ability Predator Hunt. Damn it, that gorilla took my armor away. Irritated, Felix cursed in his mind while looking behind his back. Immediately after, his eyes made contact with Solar Mist's murderous eyes. The prick was approaching him rapidly, as he kept surfing on a carpet made of flame. He wasn't walking or sprinting, but literally surfing on fire, like he was riding an ocean wave. The carpet was continuously expanding in front and withdrawing from behind. Keeping always a 5 meter size. Felix knew for sure that was a technique combined from 2 abilities or probably even 3 at once. There was no way in hell that Flame Carpet was able to do that by itself. Plus, the fact that Solar Mist started using it just now, instead of before, made it even obvious that it was a technique. After all, techniques consumed energy like drinking water. If it wasn't for so, Bloodliners would start using only them in fights and not save them up as a final deadly trump card. Whoosh! Boom! Arg! Felix couldn't but groan in pain after a flaming crow exploded right behind his back. It wasn't a direct attack, but the explosion managed to leave some red scorched marks on his back. His hoodie was completely torn apart. This was the 4th crow that was sent in his direction. The first ones didn't harm him at all since he had the dermal armor protecting him. However, now that it was gone, he was completely exposed to Solar Mist's full assaults without any way to retaliate. His energy was enough to let him throw only 3 bombs before fainting. There was no way in hell he would put himself in that position. In addition, Spirit Visage was still following above him. He knew that he was merely waiting for him to stop for a couple of seconds to put down his illusion domains again. Thus, he couldn't stop or turn to fight Solar Mist. His situation was getting direr and direr. He knew it, the spectators knew it, Zoe knew it, and even Spirit Visage and Solar Mist knew it. At this point, his only hope was to continue running until the game ends. Whoosh! Boom! Landlord needs a miracle to survive. Hopeless, Zoe shook her head at the sight of Felix staggering forward few steps, after his back was engulfed in flames of the explosion. The spectators shared the same view as her. Even Felix's fans began to lose faith and hope that he could turn this around. They knew if Felix had enough energy, he would have destroyed those 2 by now. Sadly, that was a big if. Felix thought of the time he spent a hefty amount of energy to deal with the Terror Serpent, and regrets started to wash over him like a tide. If only he gave up on the Terror Serpent and aimed straight for the legendary chest, he wouldn't be in such a dire position. Alas, Felix wasn't a prophet. He had no idea that he would be found out by an alliance made of the strongest players in the game after him. He assumed before that at most he would end up meeting with one. If that actually happened, 5% energy or 1% energy, he was confident in fighting his way through by relying only on his super strength passive. If that didn't work, he still could escape successfully. Unfortunately, Spirit Visage and Solar Mists truly complemented their abilities well. One attacks and the other imposed everlasting pressure on him, not letting him even stop to catch his breath. Boom! The sound of the explosion was heard loud and clear in Felix's ears, as one crow exploded exactly 1 meter away from his head. His ears were ringing and bleeding, but his expression remained stoic. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number _494021720807044621 for visiting. His burnt back was pricking him with waves of pain. Yet, Felix merely gritted his teeth and carried on running at his top speed. In his eyes, this pain compared to the torture he felt during his integrations phases wouldn't even serve an appetizer. If they wanted to kill him, they need to step up their game. What the hell is he made of? Fall already! Fall! Solar Mist expression kept getting uglier and uglier. His energy was getting dried up rapidly, yet his attacks, even with direct contacts, still weren't enough to finish the job. He just wanted to make him drop on his feet and Spirit Visage would carry on from there on. Mr. Luke, Spirit Visage said that you need to capture him in the next 500 meters. His ethereal form can't go beyond it. If you failed, he will be forced to return to his main body. The Queen's voice was suddenly heard in Solar Mist's mind. Without a hint of surprise, he glanced at Spirit Visage, who was giving him a forced mild smile. Chapter 155, Why Can't I Feel Anything? He knew that his partner wasn't messing around with him. In his mind, it was normal that his ethereal form had an activity range. After all, in that form, he was untouched, unaffected by any elemental abilities, and still could activate his abilities freely. Such a good ability had to have some limitations. He just didn't know its limitation would start knocking so soon. Well, he believed that it was soon, but actually, they were running for about 6 minutes now. Heck, the distance between them and the golden chest already reached 2 kilometers. Felix sure brought them on a journey without their realization. Hell, if even Spirit Visage left, how am I supposed to deal with this unkillable C.O.C. Croach? Livid, Solar Mist bit his lips hard, almost causing it to bleed. Shit. I can only use that technique now. But is it really worth it? Solar Mist began to hesitate about his decision. Who could blame him? The technique he was planning on using was going to drain every drop of energy he had. He would be left N.A.K.E.D in the open to anyone's aggression. He felt that Spirit Visage wouldn't hesitate for even a second to kill him after he finished slaying Felix. Ultimately, their alliance contract would be nullified the moment Felix dies. This meant, his death would follow immediately after Felix. Solar Mist might be furious and humiliated by Felix's way of insulting his dear wife. Still, it didn't mean he would sacrifice his life to regain his face and her honor back. Queen, please deliver this mind message and contract to Spirit Visage. Solar Mist stopped his throwing his useless crows and focused on dealing with the aftermath of using his second technique. He might not want to bet his life on this chase. But still, if the solution that he was going to propose to Spirit Visage works, he wouldn't mind continuing the hunt. Mr. Spirit, I believe I have a way to make sure that Landlord either dies or gets heavily wounded. However, I need you to sign this protection contract. It entails that you must ensure my safety at all costs, whether Landlord dies or not. I believe that Pure Muscle is still chasing after us. He wouldn't hesitate to kill me if he saw me in a weak state without the alliance contract protection. You have 3 seconds to give me your approval. If you said no, I will give up on this chase. The Queen delivered the message word by word straight into the mind of Spirit Visage. In addition, she showed him the contract while saying the message. Everything was neat and efficient. Spirit Visage didn't read the contract since the massage itself was the contract. The only addition was that in case he failed to protect Solar Mist from dying, his consciousness would be destroyed by the Queen. Without further ado, he gave a faint smile in direction of Solar Mist and signed the contract. He wasn't dumb or anything to not realize that Solar Mist was actually afraid of him acting up and not that buffoon. Regardless, he still signed it. He was too committed in this chase to give up so easily. The contract has been signed successfully, Sir, Luke. The Queen informed Solar Mist. A bit excited, Solar Mist gave his thanks to the queen while eyeing Felix's scorched back, like an eagle eyeing a rabbit. I dare you to not fall after eating this. He grinned and snapped both of his fingers. Suddenly his body was engulfed in orange flames. Then, crows kept being formed constantly from every part of his body. Yet, instead of flying towards Felix like before, they kept flying around Solar Mist, waiting for his orders. The spectators stood up from their seats with expectations written all over their faces. They felt that Solar Mist's upcoming attack was going to seal the deal, and finally get rid of that jerk. Meanwhile, Felix's fans folded their hands while muttering prayers and wishes. Anything that could get Felix out of his dire situation was used. 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50. Zoe kept counting the number of crows that were being added around Solar Mist. They didn't stop adding until the total count reached whopping 50 crows. If Solar Mist wasn't a peak stage 1 bloodliner, his energy would have never managed to sustain such a large amount, despite the fact his tank wasn't even 30% full. One should never forget that bloodliners receive a small enhancement to their energy tank each time they integrated 15%, and a large enhancement each time they replaced a bloodline. This meant Solar Mist's energy tank was 2 times or so bigger than Felix's. Oh Felix, it seems like the prick is preparing a quite big attack. Asna said. No shit. I can see it as well. Felix snapped at her with a grim voice. He turned his head back and focused on the path ahead of him. He didn't know what Solar Mist was preparing for him, but seeing that amount of crows all at once, only meant that he was in deep shit. You don't have to yell at me, she coiled a stalk of hair in her finger and suddenly murmured, I was just going to ask if you need my help. Hey! Startled by her unexpected offer, Felix almost tripped himself on the ground. Not in a lifetime would he have expected Asna to actually offer assistance by herself. This was Asna. God damn Asna, who said nope each time he asked her for help or an opinion. Asna, who only agrees to his wishes if he offered her something in return. She was the perfect specimen of a lazy individual who seeks only her interest. Yet, she actually offered her help in such a critical moment. He didn't know if he should feel glad or mad at her staying silent till this point in time. Be quick. What can you do? Felix didn't have time to feel neither. A single glance at Solar Mist showed him that the crows were fusing together above his head, shaping up into a huge sphere. Crow after crow kept dashing inside the sphere, making it even bigger and bigger. I can infuse the pure energy I had been saving into your real body. However, instead of using it to enhance your affinity, you can use it to activate your abilities. She informed him with her chin raised and a smug smile on her face. If he saw the way she looked, he would honestly bash her face with his elbow, uncaring about her beauty anymore. Here he was struggling to survive, yet she was enjoying flaunting her ability. Do it fast. He is about to attack. Felix wasn't kidding around, as Solar Mist's crows finally finished fusing together, creating a humongous fire sphere that resembled a real sun with its orange tongues and waves being released above his head. Felix was honestly beyond terrified by the sun. He knew if that landed on him, there was no way that he would remain the same after. A few missing limbs and scorned black skin were guaranteed outcomes. That was only due to his strong physical defenses. If he didn't have super strength passive, dying wasn't a far-fetched reality. Mr. Landlord, this sun is a gift from my wife. Solar Mist gave a frigid smile and said, next time, know how to respect others' spouses. Whoosh! Supernova technique. Turn him into ash. He shouted out loud, as he hurled the sun in Felix's direction. It was so massive, that Felix's eyes were almost blinded when he lifted his head and saw it descending from above. Asnae! He screamed in his mind while bolting with cold sweat on his red-scorched back. He was trying his best to leave as much distance as possible from it. If the distance between him and Solar Mist was as close as before, he would have been struck by now. Fortunately for him, the distance widened by at least 40 meters or so after Solar Mist removed his carpet surfing technique in order to add more crows into the sun. His energy wasn't enough to sustain both of them active at once. Stop whining. I already transferred the energy to your real body, she said in annoyance. Why can't I feel any thigh? Felix wasn't able to finish his sentence, as a sudden bright scorching light assaulted his eyes. He was looking ahead of him the entire time, yet the light of the explosion still managed to reach his eyes. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number T. I feel anything _494496416530977317 for visiting. Was I engulfed by the sun? He thought to himself. Boom. A split second after, the sound of the explosion reached his already bloodied ears. His eyes were blinded, his ears were deafened, his skin was burnt, his face was ruined. Even the hellish pain he was expecting didn't reach him. All of his senses were completely destroyed. He felt absolutely nothing. Why can't I feel anything? He asked in total darkness. Same question, yet different meaning. Chapter 156, The Sun Explosion That Made the Stadium a Silent Graveyard. A sudden terrifying silence descended in the stadium. Neither Zoe nor the spectators spoke. Even the stream viewers who were either in their homes, watching from TV, or outside watching from their AP bracelet, went super quiet. They were just staring with stunned expressions at what remained of Felix's body 120 meters away from the explosion area. Indeed, the remainings of his blackened body. He was left with only one leg that was on the verge of detaching itself like his other limbs. Arms were gone, a leg was gone, his clothes and skin were utterly burnt off, leaving him lying silently near a wall akin to a piece of black charcoal. Even when his facial visage was burnt off, the darkness remained covering his upper facial half. Not that it mattered at this moment. No one spoke or even took a breath in since the moment of the explosion. Their minds kept playing exactly what they saw. The sun exploding 2 meters or so behind Felix. The bright light of the explosion that followed after, blocked them from seeing exactly what happened at that point. However, they managed to spot Felix's torn scorched arms, leg, and what remained from him, hurled in the air each in a different direction. That sight was enough to let them know that it wasn't pretty. What just happened? Please someone tell me what just happened. A member of Felix's club kept mumbling to himself with an absent-minded expression. Unfortunately, no one responded or entertained his question. Till this point, they still didn't dare to believe that Felix, the player who dominated this game single-handedly by his overwhelming achievements, died eventually. The majority of the spectators wanted him dead badly. God knows how many times they wished for it to happen due to his jerk personality. But now, seeing his body in such a messed up shape, feelings of regret and discomfort started to arise within their hearts. They realized that he might have been too nonchalant to their wishes, but he still fought and risked his life solo in every damn battle he went through. He neither joined partners. I.P.S. nor alliances. He was merciless, brutal, brave, and always going solo. When they compared him to the rest of the players, like Solar Mist, Pure Muscle, and even Spirit Visage, a sudden realization hit them. He never chickened out from a beast he met as they did. Whether he was against an epic or a legendary beast. A newbie on his second game was more daring than hardcore players, who played at least 10 games or more. That realization made them understand that Felix's death was a tragedy. A tragedy that shouldn't have happened. Daring players like him were few in between. They knew that his future games were going to be as spectacular as this one. Unfortunately, the sight of his motionless corpse brought them to reality. He was a goner. No one was hit the hardest by the sight than Marcus, Felix's true #1 fan. His hands, which never stopped typing since the moment he entered the stadium, finally froze on the hologram. He simply kept staring at Felix's corpse with a blank look on his face. As for leader Emma, her eyes were still closed shut. She didn't see what happened, but she heard the explosion loud and clear. The following creepy silence, like she was at a funeral, was enough to tell her that her worst wish came true. A tear was rolling down her cheek, reaching her chin. She cried not because of Felix's death only, but due to the image of her club shutting down immediately after this game. 2 months of effort went down the drain. Near the area of the explosion, the atmosphere was completely different. It was joyful and bright. Ha 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 cough, ha ha cough. Overjoyed and exhausted, Solar Mist kept laughing and coughing at the same time with his body spread on the floor. He was lying on his stomach with his chin lifted and sleazy delighted eyes. He felt like he was on top of the world at the sight of Felix's blackened corpse. He wasn't able to see it clearly due to the distance and tiredness, but a scorched arm near the wall to his right let him understand Felix's fate. He used everything he had on his final attack, and it was goddamn worth it. Although he was weaker than a thin branch at the moment, he still felt glad that he regained his face and his wife's honor. He didn't care any more about winning the bet or the game. The instant Felix insulted his wife for the second time, this battle was personal. Suddenly, his eyes were closing in by themselves. He knew that he couldn't resist the tiredness of his body anymore. However, before fainting for good, he still had an unfinished business. Mr. Solar Mist told you to keep your promise and ensure his safety. Spirit Visage, who was checking Felix's corpse up close, abruptly received a message from the Queen. Indifferent as always, he lifted his head and gazed at Solar Mist, who was trying his best to hold for a few seconds until he received a positive response. Tell him that he will be ALRI, Whoosh. Before Spirit Visage could even finish, his vision was totally blacked out. He couldn't see even his hands. Yet, he felt nothing since he was still in his ethereal form. He rose in the air until his vision got restored. He looked down and saw a pitch-black sphere revolving around Felix's corpse. The sphere quite resembled the white aura he saw before. But, he noticed a small difference. This sphere was revolving continuously around the center like a storm. Add some lightning and a living thunderstorm would be born. He knew that something wasn't right. What's going on? Startled, Zoe pointed her finger at the black sphere and asked, was that ability by Spirit Visage? Is he planning on completely obliterating Landlord's corpse? Boo! Leave him you sick F***ck. What a heartless monster! They truly weren't lying when they said he was an emotionless piece of block. The spectators didn't know what was happening as well, but the comment by Zoe was enough to send them into an angry tirade. They couldn't accept the fact that Felix's corpse was also not getting a break. Wasn't ganging up on him enough to satisfy him. Now he was even planning to bully a corpse instead of going after Princess Bird or do what the hell he had in mind to win the bet. Why? They questioned in the minds. They understood that killing Felix was a personal matter for Solar Mist. But for Spirit Visage? Their memories failed to show them the reason for his hate. If he could even feel such an emotion. Wait a second, it seems like he also had no idea what was going on. Zoe interrupted their booing by enlarging the camera on Spirit Visage's face, which was showing his eyebrows slightly frowned while looking at the dark sphere. The spectators paused their rant gradually, as they noticed as well that his expression was entailing his unawareness of the situation. However, accepting that he had nothing to do with the dark sphere, made it even harder for them to fathom what was going on. A sudden mind-blowing thought took root in their minds and refused to leave. A thought that was beyond impossible and on the border of fantasy. Was Landlord still alive? They switched their vision from spirit vision to the dark sphere, which didn't stop revolving around itself for even a split second. Those with omnipotent vision didn't wait until Zoe exposed what was hidden inside the sphere on the large screen. They decided to explore for themselves what was truly going on. Oh my god! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Landlord is, not da-a-odd. That sudden shocked female scream was like a fuse that lights up a tent packed with 100 kilograms TNT. As each spectator, who used their omnipotent vision, exploded with shouts and screams at the top of their voices. He is alive! At the moment of the explosion. Why can't I feel anything? Felix asked in total darkness, surrendering him. He felt like he was merely a thought floating in a void-like space. Get a grip, you retard! Your consciousness is on the verge of collapse. Asna shouted while hiding under the bed with her hands above her head like a scared kitten. She was more annoyed than scared about the earthquake that suddenly assaulted her mansion after Felix was hit by that supernova technique. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number *_494503841623479770 for visiting. I swear if my mansion was destroyed, I will make your life hell for the next month. No sleep. No sex with Nora. And most importantly, I will whine 24/7. She threw every threat she could think of with a worried look. No one knows if she was actually worried about Felix's unresponsive reaction or about her mansion falling apart. F***ing hell, can't you wake me up without insults and threats? Felix's sudden irked roar resonated around the consciousness lake. If you think I will weep for you or promise you an unforgettable night, you really must check if your brain was damaged. She scoffed while crawling from underneath the bed. She didn't want him to see the human-like reaction she picked from the dramas she watched. Heck, any vibration in a drama makes the female lead hit underneath something. This led her to subconsciously forget herself and imitate what she saw. Tisk, your brain is the one that needs medical attention. Hee, to actually get scared from an earthquake. He sarcastically asked, are you really part of the superior races? F***ck off. Immediately after she stood up, she pointed both her middle fingers in the air. She couldn't believe that she actually felt a bit worried about this hateful tumor that was living with her. Nothing nice comes out of his mouth, like ever. Haha, your pissed off look is always pleasing to look at. Before she even responded to his iffy compliment, she heard him ask, how much energy did you give me exactly? All of it. She humped in displeasure. She was probably regretting her decision of giving it all. Oh? Does that mean my energy tank is full again? Surprised and elated, he asked her. Full. She tucked a strand behind her ear in a lax manner, uncaring any more about the collapsing mansion around her. She just gave a c.o.c.ky smile and informed him, your tank is filled with the purest elemental energy in the universe. This energy is at least 5 times more potent than what you were filling your tank with before. So yes, it is 100%. She stared at the collapsing ceiling of the mansion with a smirk and said, but in reality, you actually have 500% all at once. Chapter 157, the fourth passive ability. Ha ha ha. Asna, I gotta say, suddenly you seem more beautiful and charming. Felix's elated laugh resounded in her ear. Yet, she totally ignored his delight and focused on what he said. You ungrateful prick, I'm always beautiful. You hear me? Always. She yelled. Sadly for her, Felix stopped responding the moment he received the answer he wanted to hear. He didn't want to use the fourth passive without knowing how much energy he had, since this ability depends indirectly on the amount. Now that he received a more than positive response, he immediately started treating himself. His consciousness was truly on the verge of collapse, and he must bring his body to shape again if he wanted to stop the collapse from getting any worse. Corruption aura activate. The moment he gave the order, the sudden pitch-black sphere that made everyone wonder about its origin, was forced out of his burnt skin, spreading and engulfing anything in its path, even spirit visage. Poison revitalization. Felix soon followed with another order, activating this time the fourth passive he unlocked. This ability allowed him to revitalize his body based on the potency of the poison he absorbed. The higher the potency, the faster and remarkable the healing would be. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _494694390531888563 for visiting. He never planned on using this passive in this game for two reasons. One, he was confident that not a single player could harm him that bad to make him use it. And, good job, gotta love AC.O.C.KYMC get put in his place. 2. He already showed 3 passives to the public. Super strength, poison immunity, and finally ultra-infrared vision. Him using 4 passives would raise some red flags in everyone's heads. However, Felix wasn't bothered about it anymore, as he had in mind a way to bypass their suspicion. For now, his only focus was to treat his body back in form. The pitch-black sphere started to rush inside Felix's body in a rotating manner. Felix kept releasing his aura at the same time that his body was absorbing the released poison. This made the sphere to keep revolving constantly. Ah, I am feeling again. I am feeling a guy. Shit. I am feeling again? He screamed in his mind, feeling waves of pain assaulting every inch of his body. The slight itch he felt at the start transferred into full-blown torture. He totally forgot, or probably didn't know that the reason he didn't feel pain during the explosion was that his nerve endings were thoroughly burnt off. He already surpassed the 3rd degree burn and reached the 4th degree. After all layers of his skin, as well as his bones, muscles, and tendons were all affected. But now that his body was in the process of revitalizing, those nerve endings began to heal up earlier than his torn limbs and burnt flesh. The black mist kept entering his body and leaving yet again. Each time it happened, his black skin cracked, leaving long fissures on his body. Those fissures kept on growing longer and wider, spreading and connecting with each other until they no longer could. Crash, crash. Suddenly, pieces of the hardened black skin started to fall off one by one, exposing a smooth unblemished pale skin underneath. Felix's face and chest were the first to be unveiled. His face was still in the process of reconstruction. On the other hand, his chest only had a few red scorched spots on it, that were also getting removed rapidly. Throughout all of this, Felix's shrieks and Asna's long-lost sadistic laughs never stopped resounding for even a second. Only now did Felix realize how f***ed up Wally truly was to actually voluntarily expose himself to getting burnt like this for over 2 hours or so. If before, he respected him, now his respect was increased tenfolds. Arg. Not the limbs. Yes. The limbs. No. Yes. Arg. Shut up. No. Asna kept making fun of him while laughing without a single ounce of sympathy. His screams were like melodies in her ears. Especially after all of his limbs started the revitalization process at the same time. His shrieks couldn't get any better. The leg that was still attached was the easiest to recover, while the other 3 started to regrow again from the bud. Dirty blood was expelled from the wounds before getting replaced with a new one. The regrowing process gave him an agony far surpassing what he experienced during his integration phases. Thankfully, it didn't take long before all of his limbs were back in shape again. After so, the black mist absorption speed slowed down gradually as the revitalizing process was almost over. The only bits left were scorched marks that were being rapidly treated as well. Tisk, that wasn't long at all. Displeased by how fast it all went, Asna clicked her tongue and lay on the bed again, getting into her favorite comfortable position. The consciousness stopped collapsing the moment Felix began treating himself up by using that passive. The revitalizing process didn't take even 10 seconds before Felix's body was back to peak form again like he was never attacked during the entire game. It was this fast and effective only because Felix used one of his strongest merged inducement he created before, instead of using just one inducement. He called it corruption inducement, as it was created by a fusion of 20 inducements all at once. Swelling, headache, paralysis, decay, stiffness, motion sickness, rotting, molding, corrosion, and many more. Felix even threw in rotting and molding inducements that affected plant-based living beings and merged it with the rest to enhance the corruption. This combination gave birth to inducement that could affect the bloodliner mentality, physical movement, to finally finish it off with enhanced corrosion, that could turn anyone into decayed black particles in a mere second by touch or whiff. There was absolutely no counter to this inducement. The moment one was exposed to it, he would certainly meet his doom. Felix wasn't able to use this combination or any combination he created in the training center due to his unreliable energy. He could only keep it active for only 6 seconds before he ran out of gas. Thus, he could only sign in disappointment and continue using one inducement by one. The primogenitor bloodline was strong all right, but he must be strong as well to be worthy of using to its full potential. His energy was always his first block. However, now that Asna provided him with energy that was 5 times more potent than he ever had, it wasn't a problem anymore to use it. At this point, he was rearing to wield it on anyone or anything before his energy gives in again. His closed tight eyes started to unseal themselves gently. His eyelashes kept quivering, as his eyelids opened up, exposing his violet irises and thin slits. The darkness mask hid them from the eyes of the spectators, who just used their omnipotent vision and saw him laying nude on the floor with fingers flinching from time to time. They didn't see his revitalizing process as it finished immediately after they snapped from their shock before. However, his clean-looking skin that had not a single scorched mark, was enough to let them understand that Felix was anything but dead. How did he do it? They could only wait for the replay to find out. As for now, they just kept staring at him with bulging eyes, trying his best to stand up, not caring one bit about his exposed ass and censored genitals. They also weren't even paying attention to such an unsavory image, as their eyes were frozen on his face that had a slight smirk, as he gazed above his head. They lifted their eyes and saw that he was gazing at Spirit Visage. Landlord is, not Diaad. Their engrossment was broken by a sudden shocked female scream. Then? He is alive. Landlord is standing on his feet. Their shouts resounded in the stadium, making everyone who heard them question their mentality. However, after Zoe removed the pitch-black sphere that was hiding Felix, everyone was shocked silly by him standing fully nude while gazing at Spirit Visage. Landlord has risen from the dead without a single wound on his body. How did he do it? Thrilled and beyond excited, Zoe kept on yelling with her mouth so close to the mic, her lips were touching it. Yet, she wasn't even bothered, as the only thing that was in her focal point was Felix and only Felix. Electrified by Zoe's voice, Leader Emma and Marcus opened up their disbelieving eyes. They didn't dare to believe it. But, the sight of him stretching his joints like he just woke up from a 2-4-H sleep was too real. He is back. They thought to themselves. Marcus immediately pressed on his AP bracelet and projected his note hologram again. He carried on typing from where he left with never-seen fervor. He was not wasting menting this glorious moment. Leader Emma made her move as well by sending messages in her club chat room, ordering everyone in the stadium to make as much noise as possible. Her club was not dead yet. Not now and not in the near future. Chapter 158, Trapped Inside 3 Illusion Domains. Stop flaunting your pale ass, you retard. Wear something for God's sake. Asna covered her eyes with her hand, feeling burnt out by his antics. Oh, crap. Felix quickly snapped his finger, covering himself with the same outfit he had on before. Oversized black hoodie, sweatpants, and white sneakers. The moment he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Spirit Visage above his head, looking at him with the same expressionless face he always had. This made him absent-minded for a bit, as he was thinking about ways to deal with Spirit Visage's ethereal form in order to rip that indifferent expression from his face. Immediately after clothing himself, Felix withdrew his aura back, as it wasn't useful at this moment. He put one hand in his pocket while waving the other at Spirit Visage. Do you have anything else in your sleeves? He asked, smiling. I admit that whatever you used was totally unexpected. Spirit Visage smiled faintly and added, however, now I simply activated my ultimate ability. Felix interrupted him in a nonchalant manner. He was clearly taking advantage of his question to explain what he used in order to avoid any unnecessary questions later on. He planned on making his revitalization passive appear as his unused ultimate ability. This would balance things out. 3 passives and 3 active abilities. As for the abilities he unlocks in the future, he had plans for them as well. No wonder Landlord didn't use his ultimate ability even when he almost died. Zoe hit the commentary table with her palm and exclaimed out loud, it was a type of rejuvenation ability. But stronger and instantaneous. To actually help him recover from a near-state death to peak form again in 10 seconds, there is no doubt that this ability is an ultimate one. Your bloodline is truly worthy of a legendary rank, Mr. Landlord. Spirit Visage complimented him with a polite smile. It seemed like he wasn't annoyed at being interrupted mid-sentence. I know. Felix cracked his knuckles while walking step by step back to the blast zone, where Solar Mist was lying unconscious. Leave my sight at this instant if you still value your life, he said with his back facing Spirit Visage. He honestly wanted to kill Spirit Visage as well, but he knew that as long as he was in that form, there was nothing he could do about it. He needed to find his real body and strike it if he wanted him dead. But how was he supposed to track him down? Especially now that only a couple of minutes were left before the game ends. I am afraid that I can't do that. Spirit Visage shook his head and flew rapidly towards Solar Mist's body. He couldn't leave even if he wanted, as the moment he signed the contract, his life was bound to Solar Mist's safety. If he failed to fulfill the conditions of the contract, the Queen would take his life. It was obvious that Felix was planning on killing Solar Mist. There was no way in hell he would let him go after almost getting killed by him. I see. Felix gave him a side glance and continued walking. Then wait for a bit. I have an unpaid debt with Solar Mist to finish. I apologize, but I can't allow you to touch Solar Mist either. Spirit Visage pointed his finger at Felix and said, if you managed to kill him inside my 3 domains, then all I have to say is well played. Felix neither understood what he meant nor his reason for protecting Solar Mist. He knew that none of them were really that close to protect each other like this. This made him believe that the unfamous protection contract was definitely signed between them. After all, even the kindest player in the individual games would not use his energy to protect a useless player. Solar Mist, who had absolutely no energy left, was beyond useless. His value in the alliance was already null. Hehe, I had no idea how to kill you before due to your annoying ability. Felix started laughing out loud while creating 2 pitch-black bombs in his hands. But now, you just made it possible. Thank you and goodbye. He immediately threw them towards Solar Mist with uncanny accuracy. His training in the center always had an accuracy exercise. Poof! Poof! One bomb landed on Solar Mist's body while the other landed 2 meters near him. Felix smiled in satisfaction at the sight of Solar Mist's body turning black within an instant, then breaking into small particles resembling ash. One touch, 1 second, that's all it took to turn Solar Mist into a pile of black dust. His supernova might be a strong technique and more flamboyant than Felix's bombs. But, when it comes to results, Felix's bloodline never failed to deliver. Wasn't that a bit too easy? Felix's satisfaction didn't last for long, as his guts started tingling that everything was going too smoothly. Spirit Visage said that he laid 3 domains, but his bombs still took Solar Mist's life. Unless, Felix quickly sprinted towards the blast area, planning to check on Solar Mist's up close. Yet, no matter how much he ran, the distance remained fixed. I told you, didn't I? Felix immediately jumped to the left after hearing a whisper near his ear. However, the whispering didn't stop. The moment I saw the black sphere surrounding you, I laid out my domains. The only reason I didn't act before was to see how was your condition. Felix activated his black aura around him, hoping to get rid of his annoying voice. Too bad, it just kept coming and coming. I see that you somehow got your energy back. Your ultimate ability truly makes one envious. Unfortunately, no matter if you got it back or not. The moment my 3 domains overlapped, you are pretty much doomed. Felix didn't sound his response, as his eyes were roaming around, trying to see if there was anything different. Unfortunately, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. The walls were still gleaming with a metallic L.U.S.Tur. The floor was as hard as always, and most importantly, the blue barrier in the sky that blocked the players from flying above the maze was still there. There was absolutely not a single hint that Felix was inside an illusion domain. Don't even mention 3 of them. Asna, what do you see? He stopped bothering relying on his eyes and asked Asna, who he knew was 100% unaffected by any illusion. A lot of things are happening. She played with her nails while retelling everything that happened and was happening. While you were running in circles like a moron, the creep already woke up the prick and told him to leave. She suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, the gorilla, and that random player has just arrived." Haha. The prick path was blocked by the gorilla. He is not letting him escape. I see, am I in any danger? He asked, totally understanding who she was referring to each player. So far no, she shook her head and said, the creep is conversing with the gorilla. He is telling him that the alliance contract is still active and he can't touch a single finger of the prick. Hee, so they are thoroughly ignoring my existence, right? He smiled warmly, yet his eyebrows kept twitching. It was clear that he didn't like the treatment he was receiving. Did they think just because he didn't attack them for even once, he could be underestimated like this? He didn't know if Spirit Visage was that confident in his 3 illusions that he actually focused on other things instead of attacking him. But he knows one thing. Those F***ers were going to pay. All of them. For chasing him, almost getting him killed, and even ignoring him. He was going to show them the real Felix, who slew the Iron Titan, the Terror Serpent, and finally the Tripo Mother Spider. The real Felix whose name resounded 3 times in the maze's sky. If they thought that he was the same as before when he lacked energy, then they would pay with their lives. Asna, please help me approach them as fast as possible without making it obvious. He requested. Okay. The current distance between you and them is about 130 meters or such. Turn left and walk forward. Felix did exactly as she told him while rolling a few times on the floor, and throwing bombs randomly. He kept doing so over and over again, uncaring about how others would perceive him. Obviously, he appeared like a retard in the eyes of the spectators and his enemies, but still, their mocking expressions were proof that his tactic was working like a charm. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _4951955056733536 for visiting. Do I keep walking, Asna? Felix suddenly paused as he saw that a wall was blocking his path. Yep, ignore everything you see and carry on walking. She urged him, increase your speed, it seems that the creep finished dealing with the gorilla. All right. Felix nodded his head and suddenly jumped forward with his eyes wide open, blindly trusting Asna's words that the wall before him was fake. Whoosh! The sound of the wind resounded in Felix's ears, as his body dove right through the wall unhindered. He immediately understood that the illusion was messing up with all of his perceptions, letting him see, hear, and even smell things that didn't exist or did exist but was hidden behind the illusion domains. Spirit Visage wasn't bullshitting him. He was truly under an upgraded illusion domain way stronger than the one used on him before. Unfortunately for Spirit Visage, it didn't matter what he used. In front of Asna's all-seeing eyes, his illusions appeared even worse than party tricks. Hey guys! Doesn't seem like Landlord is approaching us. A bit creeped out, bloodish eyes pointed at Felix, who was rolling 5 steps forward then walking 2 steps back while throwing 1 bomb randomly. Chapter 159, Killing Everyone. 2 in 1. Bloodish Eyes was quite scared to interrupt their argument, but for a while now, he was watching Felix advance towards them bit by bit. At the start, it wasn't obvious since Felix was far away from them, but as he got closer and closer, he started to realize that before long, Felix would truly be up to their noses. He was absolutely terrified of the mere idea of getting close to that monster. He was more scared of him than his allies. Exhausted and distraught, Solar Mist opened up his hazy eyes slowly and tried to focus on the approaching Felix. However, his eyes were only feeding him blurry images. He was exhausted to the point he was leaning on the wall as a support to fall over. Forget about seeing, he was having difficulty keeping his eyes open. No matter how many times he tried to see Felix, he failed. He was told by Spirit Visage that Felix survived his strongest technique and even recovered to his peak form again. He didn't dare to believe him until now, he still was on the fence. He wanted to see with his own eyes if he was lied to or not. However, his exhaustion robbed him of such a basic wish. Felix didn't want to use the remaining 5% energy no matter what, just to no fall into this vulnerable state as he was. Falling in it was the same as a death sentence in the individual games. Tired from trying, Solar Mist closed his eyes again after continuing to see the same blurriness. He decided to focus on listening to the chatter of Spirit Visage and Pure Muscle. What's going on here? Didn't you tell us that your domain's overlap technique was impossible to break? After paying close attention, Pure Muscle also noticed the abnormal way Felix kept moving. He activated his dermal armor, preparing for a fight. He didn't even wait for Spirit Visage's response before doing so. No one can escape my technique. Unless they were an illusion element users. Spirit Visage gave a side glance to Pure Muscle and assured him, I am certain that Mr. Landlord isn't one. So what's your explanation on his movement? Pure Muscle asked in utter contempt. He knew that Spirit Visage wasn't going to answer him since it was clear that he was biased toward his own technique. Even if Felix walked towards them, he would still question what he was seeing before believing it. This was what blind confidence seemed like. Pure Muscle certainly wasn't going to entertain his overconfidence in his technique. Not again. He trusted in his words before they met Felix. He told them that he would lay an illusion domain first that would block Felix from seeing them. However, that turned out to be complete bullshit. Felix stared right through their eyes and even named them each. Wasn't that enough proof that either Felix had ways to counter Spirit Visage's illusions or in a more heartless manner, they weren't even affecting him in the first place? Pure Muscle was able to see this as clear as daylight. Not just him but probably even the spectators knew so as well. The only one who wasn't seeing this, or probably didn't want to, was Spirit Visage himself. Who could blame him though? If he dared entertain the idea for even a second, it would mean that his abilities were totally useless against Felix. In other words, his entire presence was useless. At this moment when his life was tied to protecting Solar Mist, that was the last thing he wanted to think about. So, he looked at Felix, who was about to reach the 50 meters marks, and called out loud, Illusion Prison. He was going to show them all that his illusion domain wasn't broken now nor ever. Abruptly, the invisible domain that was surrounding Felix began to shrink and shrink continuously until it was left with barely 10 meters radius from the previous 30 meters. Then, out of nowhere, invisible colorless swords, spears, arrows, and all kinds of weapons were created on the walls of the domain. Those weapons were pointing with their sharp tips at Felix, who never stopped rolling around akin to a monkey. Pure Muscle and Bloodish Eyes were not able to see this attack. However, the same couldn't be said for the spectators, as Zoe made sure to spotlight this invisible technique, making it appear in plain sight for everyone. Strike! Indifference, Spirit Visage brought down his hand from above akin to a general commanding his soldiers to fire. Whoosh, phew, cluck! The sound of weapons splitting the air itself, and clashing against each other echoed in everyone's ears, except the target himself, Felix. He kept on rolling forward unbeknownst to him that an array of invisible weapons approaching him rapidly. Just as Spirit Visage was going to give his trademark mild smile to Pure Muscle for doubting his words, he saw a bewildering sight. A sight that shook his core and made him question his eyes. It wasn't just him, but all the spectators who saw it felt their blood boil in fervor and excitement. Felix swerving and evading those weapons right and left with a blazing speed and reflexes inside his pitch-black aura, that he activated the moment those weapons were launched. Even when he wasn't able to dodge a weapon entirely, he made sure that his non-vital parts were the ones being hit. Bloodied wounds and scratches started to build upon his body, yet he didn't slow down for even a split second. He merely kept focusing on dodging while simultaneously advancing forward step by step, trying to exit the domain. Almost there. Keep moving. The spectators kept hallowing their cheers at the sight of him treading under the never-ending salvo of weapons. The confident smile that was always on his face made them feel like he could do anything. If only they knew that Felix was currently having his eyes closed shut while listening to Asna's voice guiding him through the salvo, their cheers would have made the stadium collapse on itself. That's right. Felix was dodging purely by relying on his reflexes that he honed in his previous life, and on Asna's calm voice. He knew that she wouldn't mess up and make him get struck in the face by an arrow or a spear. But, it was totally on him to respond immediately to her warnings and directions. Of course, if those weapons weren't being released periodically instead of all at once, he wouldn't have been able to dodge them in the slightest even with her warnings. Plus, his revitalization passive was healing his wounds automatically within an instant by absorbing the corruption aura. If it wasn't for it, he would have fallen by now. Impossible, just impossible. Spirit Visage finally started to show a hint of emotions in his eyes. His belief that his illusion domain was unbreakable was shattered the instant Felix started dodging. He knew that only himself was able to see his ultimate ability, Illusion Prison, taking effect. It was the one and only offensive ability he had in his pocket, and it never failed to deliver before. Every time he activated it on his previous targets, they ended up in a bloody mess. Yet now, it was countered by mere eyesight and reflexes. One could only wonder what his reaction would be if he knew that Felix wasn't relying at all on his eyesight at all. I guess it's my turn. Although pure muscle neither was able to see the active illusion prison nor Felix due to his active black aura, he knew that the situation wasn't pretty from Spirit Visage's frozen expression. In his eyes, for that creep whose expression always remained indifferent to appear as such, it only meant that it was on him to carry this battle forward. Exploding boulder! He shouted while spreading his arms to the limit. Out of nowhere, the empty area between his arms started to show pieces of grey particles gathering in a swirling manner. The amount and the size of the pieces kept increasing larger and larger, building a rough spherical rock. It was small at the start, having the same size as a soccer ball. However, the pieces of rocks kept attaching continuously to it until Pure Muscle's spread hands were able to grip it from both sides. Bam! He lifted it and put it on his shoulder. The sound of his dermal armor colliding with it sent cold shivers in Bloodish Eye's back. The sheer power needed to carry such a behemoth boulder was beyond him. He quickly moved to the side, giving Pure Muscle the space needed to make his move. Pure Muscle took deep a breath while his fingers were dug deeply into the boulder, akin to having his fingers inside a bowling ball. Dodge this! He sprinted forward to build momentum and yelled as he hurled the boulder in the air, "Die!" Whoosh! The boulder flew swiftly in direction of Felix, who just exited the illusion domain with the same confident smile on his lips. Immediately after seeing his assailants watching with held breaths, he put his hands in his pockets. "What's up?" he asked in a C.O.C.Ky manner. Bloodish Eyes flinched at the way he was looking at him and subconsciously lifted his chin, watching the boulder falling like a meteor. What is he looking at? Confused, Felix lifted his head as well. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, -2-in-1, _49519569357817441 for visiting. Dear God! Scared shitless by the sight of the boulder that was about to smash his C.O.C.Ky attitude away, Felix jumped to his left in an awkward manner, narrowly getting out of the strike zone. Bam! The boulder exploded immediately on contact with the floor, hurling the pieces it was made from everywhere. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Pained, Felix kept groaning each time a large piece struck his body. Although he was coiled around himself, protecting his head and other weaker areas, still the rocks hurt like hell. He expected that he would be welcomed with a shower of disbelieving looks after surviving that death trap, yet it turned out the only shower he received was rugged rocks of all sizes hitting him mercilessly. Thankfully, the bashing didn't last for even a second before it stopped. Felix peeked with eyes first and saw that he was safe for now. He snapped his finger with difficulty and the same black aura surrounded him, helping him heal up those blue and purple bruises in his flesh. UF*ers are dead. Felix was truly royally pissed now. He never had a single break since the moment he was chased by them. He was getting tired and sick of their attempts at bringing him down. They kept attacking him to their heart content, now it was his turn to return the favor. With a livid expression, he created 2 pitch-black bombs in his hands. Then, he hurled one in Bloodish Eye's direction and the other towards Solar Mist, who started to squirm in his place the instant he heard Felix's damned voice. Whoosh! Whoosh! He tried to open his eyes at the sound of the bomb approaching him, but his eyelids felt as heavy as a mountain. Spirit Visage, save me! Terrified, he yelled in his mind. The Queen made his begging heard loud and clean in Spirit Visage's mind. However, Spirit Visage still didn't move from his place. He knew that his abilities were useless against Felix's bombs. Especially his ethereal form. He couldn't even use his body as a shield to protect Solar Mist. Well played, landlord! He said while closing his eyes, preparing for his approaching death. Just like he told Felix before, if he managed to attack Solar Mist within his illusion domain, then he could only say that. Felix went beyond his requirement and survived everything thrown at him. He was proud enough to accept his defeat like a man. As for Bloodish Eyes? The moment he saw the bomb approaching him, his feet stiffened, not allowing him to move a single inch. He just kept staring at the pitch-black bomb getting larger and larger in his plain sight. He only had one thought: I should have never raised my arm. This left only pure muscle with the ability to save Solar Mist. But who are we kidding? Pure Muscle's delightful grin was about to reach his ears at the sight of the prick finally getting what he deserved. Poof! Poof! Everyone ignored Bloodish Eyes, who got smacked in the chest by the bomb, and focused on the bomb that exploded on top of Solar Mist's head, covering his entire body in the pitch-black mist. No! Save me, love! He didn't manage to scream for a split second before the mist penetrated every particle in his body, affecting him with 20 inducements all combined at once. What he felt during that split second was beyond anything he experienced in his entire life. He literally died in an instant without the ability to even breathe his last words. If his body wasn't totally hidden inside the black mist, Pure Muscle wouldn't have been grinning foolishly but escape as far as possible. Meanwhile, the spectators, who were able to see everything as clear as crystal, felt chills coursing through their back at this sight. Solar Mist's body breaking into tiny black particles. Some drifted in the air unnoticed by Pure Muscle while the majority piled up, creating a small pile of black ash. The pitch-black mist slowly faded away, exposing 2 piles of ash to Pure Muscle. Bloodish Eyes ended up with the same fate. As for her Spirit Visage, he faded away silently the moment Solar Mist died. He neither screamed nor spoke. He just faded with closed eyes and his trademark faint smile. No one wept for him nor noticed him, as everyone's attention was entrapped by the effect of the corruption inducement. When the effect of ability was more interesting than the death of a hardcore player, this should speak volumes on the worth of the player's lives in the eyes of the spectators. Though, Spirit Visage wasn't as liked as Felix due to using the slave contract. They never forgot. The moment Pure Muscle saw that pile of ash, his delighted grin stiffened on his face. His heartbeats started to rise gradually. He knew that his situation just took a sharp turn from what he envisioned. He assumed before that Felix's poison abilities had the least effect on him due to his dermal armor. The only inducement that was bothering him was corrosion inducement, but with his dermal armor, he had nothing to worry about. His body would be totally protected from the corrosion. As for other inducements, he planned on holding his breath. He was confident in his lung capacity to sustain him for even 10 minutes. This meant, his survival was always guaranteed against Felix. Either win the fight or prolong it enough until the game ends. But now, at the sight of what remained of solar mist, he wasn't so sure anymore. You like playing with big balls, hey? A sudden sarcastic voice, coming behind his back, broke him out of his daze. He immediately held his breath while trying to roll away from the owner of that damned voice. However, his vision was completely blacked out, not allowing him to even see his armor. He knew what happened and he felt his heart sink at the thought of being inside that sinister inducement. Why is it not taking effect on you? Felix asked while scratching his chin in wonder as he kept observing Pure Muscle's grey armor get only slightly affected by corrosion. Hehe, I was worrying for nothing, I guess. Pure Muscle mused as he heard his question. He wasn't a retard to open his mouth and answer him. Time to leave. This bastard is the toughest nut I have ever met. Pure Muscle quickly turned around, deciding to give up on continuing the fight. At this point, killing Felix or not wasn't even worth it in his eyes. Though he was quite hurt about losing his points to him, he knew that it was merely a bet. Sometimes you win and most of the time you lose. Unfortunately for him, Felix didn't share the same thought process as him. Quit? If Felix didn't kill anything the breaths before the game end, he wouldn't be deserving of having such a free potent energy. How about now? Brittle inducement. Felix said while snapping his finger, creating a grey bomb and exploding it on Pure Muscle's chest. A bit worried by hearing the sound, Pure Muscle kept looking around him, trying to notice any difference. However, the area was still pitch black. Was he trying to scare him? What the hell is going on? Crack! Crack! Agitated, Pure Muscle felt the armor that kept him protected and safe throughout all the games he had it on, started to break apart. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the armor began crumbling into small pieces, then falling into the floor. His hairy chest was the first to be exposed inside the black mist, following by his other body parts. No, N.O. A single particle of the black mist touching his chest was all it needed for the paralyzing inducement, motion sickness, senses disorientation, and the rest to do their wonders. Pure Muscle stood motionless without having a clear thought process. He felt woozy, lightheaded, and nauseous. Yet, that was the least of his concerns as he started to lose feelings of his body parts due to numbness and tinglings. 20 inducements kept assaulting him altogether, making him experience everything at once. Felix didn't know why his corruption inducement was taking longer than usual, but if Pure Muscle could speak, he would have cursed his two passives, intermediate hardened skin, and muscle armor, for delaying his doom. Unfortunately, he didn't have even a single clear thought coursing through his mind. If his mind wasn't affected, he would have at least tried to activate his other ability. Too bad, Felix mixed 3 mind-affecting inducements in his corruption poison just to block others from using their abilities. He created this inducement to be a sure kill ability. The moment it touched someone or took a whiff, his life would be in the Grip Reaper's bony hands. No one could escape it, no one. Chapter 160, The Game Has Ended. 2 in 1. Felix approached the blackened standing corpse of Pure Muscle, who still had an agitated expression affixed on his face. Then, he snapped his finger, withdrawing the black mist, and exhaled a long breath through his mouth. Whoosh! Pure Muscle's blackened body immediately collapsed on itself, pilling up just like the rest. Calm and collected again, Felix looked around him and noticed that only 3 black small mounds were left in the area. He lifted his head and saw the blue barrier in the sky. Spirit Visage was nowhere to be seen. It's finally over. Relieved, Felix let out a long sigh while closing his eyes for a while. So many things happened in such a short amount of time that made him feel like he played 3 games in a row. But, it was finally over. He still had some unanswered questions, like how did they find him in the first place, or who were the 4 players he spotted with his infrared vision at the time of the ambush. However, he soon stopped caring about them and just relaxed his tense shoulders. The game had only 3 minutes left in its lifespan, and he didn't want to spend it overthinking unnecessary problems. Plus, he already had plenty of unanswered questions concerning Asna's reason for not telling him about her hidden energy stash. But, he would grill her after the game. Right now, he just walked to the wall and leaned against it, waiting for the final buzzer. If only he knew that above the wall he was leaning against, Master Mania was looking at him inside the shadow with eyes filled with raw emotions. He was scared, anxious, but hatred was still apparent in his eyes. He watched everything that happened since the moment Solar Mist's party started the ambush. Every time Felix was in a dire situation, the same weird laugh escaped through his rotten lips. Sadly, his laugh never lasted for even a few seconds, as Felix got out alive from every certain death situation. It got to the point that he started to believe that even his bounty hunt plan wasn't going to work against this C.O.C. Croach. Especially after he saw that pitch-black aura, that appeared more like a fat Grim Reaper without a scythe. He doubted that anyone who saw that ability would actually dare approach Felix for a mere couple 100 million SC. Players weren't stupid. If the bounty's danger exceeded their expectations, they could only give up on it and focus on the game. Only desperate or ignorant fools would still attempt it. Why am I even thinking about killing him with a bounty? He narrowed his eyes at Felix, who seemed like he had his guard down, and thought, 1 shadow spikes and he will die. Just 1. He pointed his finger at Felix and then, nothing. He just froze after remembering what happened to him against Felix. He bypassed those hurtful memories of their fight and focused on the time he was spotted while still hidden in his shadow. Nervous, he withdrew his shaking finger and removed any thought he had about ambushing Felix. He recognized that Felix had knowledge about his position. The F***er is waiting for me to strike. He thought to himself. He realized that inside his shadow, he was completely safe from Felix's poisons. However, if he wanted to use his shadow spikes, he needed to exit the wall's shadow first. It was a trap. A deadly trap. In his mind, Felix didn't choose the wall randomly, but picked specifically to be close to him. This scene resembled exactly what happened during their first fight. Felix feigning weakness and ignorance to make him lower his guard and expose himself. He was waiting patiently for him to make a move. Master Mania felt like he was about to make the same mistake. Not this time, you crafty F***er, he cursed Felix and withdrew himself deeper into the shadows, not daring to remain above him anymore. However, a slight proud smirk suddenly emerged on his face. He honestly believed that he outwitted Felix. Too bad, he just outwitted himself, no one else. Felix truly had absolutely no idea that Master Mania was above him. His mental energy didn't recover with his elemental energy. They were 2 separate energies. Thus, his infrared vision was totally offline. If his revitalization passive needed mental energy to activate, he would have honestly died after that attack. Thankfully, it was always in active mode just like his super strength. Though, it belonged to a completely different type. Felix just needed to give the order for his poison to be absorbed, and it would start doing its magic. It all depended on the potency of the poison. In other words, this passive was indirectly linked to his elemental energy. The more he had, the better this passive would perform. After seeing that Master Mania left, Felix's fans sighed in relief. Then, their deafening chants uplifted the silent stadium from its graveyard. Landlord! 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 When Felix was fighting using his corruption inducement, everyone was just watching silently how one ability changed the course of the battle. Whether they were commoners or VIP viewers. No one had a single idea of what was that damned inducement and why was he saving it even when he almost died. Most importantly, how did he get his energy back? So many questions were eating them up, making them confused, uncomfortable, and especially curious. Yet, based on Felix's personality, they knew that he would probably escape the moment he obtained the victory. Landlord brought too many surprises in this game to just shrug them off. Zoe spoke with a crafty glint. If he dares to ditch the ceremonial trophy award or not give us a proper interview to clear our doubts about his ultimate ability, black inducement, and specifically his sudden energy upsurge. She brought the mic near her lips and yelled with her eyes closed shut, "We will boycott him. Boycott! Boycott! Boycott!" Suddenly everyone was screaming to boycott Felix at the top of their lungs. His fans' chants got easily drowned by the spectators' combined voices. Yet that wasn't even it, as even in the stream chat room, viewers were spamming boycott as well. Heck, even a couple of VIP viewers joined the excitement. Stupefied, leader Emma and her followers just kept watching their club chants get overwhelmed without a single ounce of resistance. She had no idea how things quickly derailed to this point. She was expecting the stadium to follow their cheers and chant with them as well. After all, Felix literally gave them a spectacular game that was hard to find another one as good as it for the next month. Yet, the bastards only thought of grilling him after he left the maze. She understood their curiosity as she also wanted to know everything about Felix. But still, it was too much to call for a boycott if he didn't please them. "You ungrateful bastards!" She yelled with flushed cheeks, scaring the shit of those around her. In an area near the golden chest that Felix opened, next to a wall, two players were staring at a corpse lying on the ground. One of them had a hound's head stuck in his stomach, and the other was a tall macho man. Disappointed, Hound Stench shook his head at the sight of Spirit Visage's corpse disintegrating into light particles, marking 30 seconds after his death. In the SG, corpses remain 30 seconds max before getting removed from the game. When Spirit Visage failed to fulfill the contract, his consciousness was destroyed by the Queen, killing him for real. However, his corpse remained unmoving throughout the process. It was neat and painless. Yet, the Queen's neatness brought an issue for Hound Stench. He thought that Spirit Visage used an ability in his ethereal form that made his shallow breath stop for a while. But after seeing with his own eyes that his body disintegrated, he knew that their hunt must have ended unsuccessfully. Find authorized novels in faster updates, better experience. Please click number -2 _4958136481040698 for visiting. He didn't know what happened there or who died or lived. Regardless, the fact that Spirit Visage actually died made him pretty certain that the fate of others was as doomed as him. It was only common sense. Spirit Visage had the greatest survivability in the game due to his untouchable ethereal form, especially if his real body was protected like in this case. Yet, he still died. This made Hound Stench wonder how did it happen, and if Felix was the one who killed him, how exactly did he achieve so? If his elemental energy wasn't almost dead due to overusing it to track Felix for such a long distance, he would have gone with them instead of staying here doing nothing. If only he knew that his exhausted energy was what saved him, those thoughts wouldn't even cross his mind anymore. Soon, he stopped caring about the fate of his allies and started closing his coat back on under Coco's whines. "Good game, sir. Much on, and congratulations on getting the 100 mil. After putting Coco away, Hound Stench offered a handshake to Muchon with a polite smile. "You too, Sir Hound, and thank you." Muchon nodded his head respectfully while shaking his hand. His respectful manner made Hound Stench a bit curious. "Don't you hate us for making you sign a slave contract?" he asked him. "Hate you?" Muchon scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Why should I?" He gave him a sincere smile and clarified, "I was supposed to die when you caught me. That was simply how things are in this vicious platform. I had no reason to complain. However, instead of killing me, you gave me a choice. That choice, I will pick every time someone gives it to me. He shrugged his shoulder. I would rather bet on luck that I will live after signing the contract than accepting death straight away. Am I not standing here alive and kicking the best proof that I made the right choice? He laughed in pure delight, making Hound Stench smile bitterly. You were indeed lucky. All of you were. Hound Stench murmured under his breath while gazing at the sky of the maze. Memories of the time Solar Mist proposed using the slave contract resurfaced in his mind. After seeing them again, he felt relieved that their plan never reached the third stage. He was guilt-ridden the entire time, that if they managed to kill Felix successfully, he would have done something he realized late that he shouldn't have. Zoe, the spectators, and even some VIP viewers all thought that the reason they caught players and forced them to sign the contract slave was to ambush Felix if he came, and also protect the exit. However, the real reason was to gather as many players as possible in one spot and herd them akin to sheep, waiting for the day of their slaughter. That's right. The real existence for those 22 players was to simply get harvested for GPS after they kill Felix. 22 players meant 4,400 GP. They knew that Princess Bird was ranked as second, and they didn't have the guts to kill her after removing Felix from the first rank. However, they were certain that she wasn't ahead of them like Felix was. They could catch up to her if they somehow obtained 1000 GP to 1500 GP. Hence, Solar Mist immediately proposed the idea of catching players, who reached the exit by themselves and leave them as backup points. Of course, his proposal wasn't said in public but in private by using the Queen's voice. At that time, Pure Muscle snapped on him not because he didn't want the idea of signing slave contracts with those players, but due to his party wanting to massacre them for points later on. His pride and dignity didn't let him accept such a heinous crime. He had no problems fighting or killing, but suggesting to give players a false hope of survival when they really were just a bunch of walking dead, he just couldn't. No matter what they said or promised him, he was uncompromising in his decision. Sadly, it didn't really matter as they were 3 and he was 1. Their alliance was all based on votes. Thus, their hidden plan was decided on. Hound Stench was hesitating to vote yes at first, but after remembering the massive GP amount he needed to buy an expensive potion in the prize pool, he could only bury those guilty feelings deep within and vote yes. Unfortunately or fortunately for him, Felix didn't come to the gate as they expected but remained far off, forcing them to change plans and hunt him down instead. What they didn't expect as well, was for the bastard to be at the very edge of the northeast side of the maze, putting them in a long path. The journey itself took an entire half an hour of constant running to barely make it. Their plan of massacring the players went down the drain the moment they noticed that time wasn't going to be enough to make another journey back, even if they killed Felix within an instant. Pure Muscle gloated at them, making Solar Mist furious and Spirit Visage a bit upset. However, Hound Stench only felt a burst of relief. He knew at that moment he wasn't a cold-blooded killer in his core even if his dire circuitances forced him to be one. Sorry, my love. Dad really tried his best. A sudden tear dropped down his cheek as he gazed at the blue barrier getting darkened. He wanted to win the bet so badly not for him, but for his daughter, who was born with a fragile consciousness barrier, that could collapse by a single gentle breeze. Anyone with her condition could not awaken and integrate. In other words, her maximum lifespan was bound to 500 years. No one wanted to bury their children, all parents wanted it to be the other way around. He, just like the majority of the players, had their own reasons for joining the platform. Some do it for entertainment, training, richness, wishes, and some do it for others. All it mattered was the Supremacy Games platform gave everyone an equal chance to fulfill their desires and hopes. Sadly, this game wasn't meant for Hound Stench. Because Felix was on it. He wiped the tear away unnoticed by Machan and the spectators, who were still shouting boycott. His sorrowful gaze was replaced instantly to indifference and determined again. But don't worry, your dad will never stop trying. Not now, not ever. He thought one last time as his body started to disintegrate into light particles, indicating his teleportation. Behind him, Machan's body was also experiencing the same process. Good luck out there, Mr. Hound. Machan waved his hand with a sincere smile. You too. Hound Stench nodded his head mildly before he drifted in the air, just like the remaining players in the maze. Light particles were going upward from every spot in the maze. But still, the biggest CLU.S.Ter was the one in the middle of the maze. Throughout the entire hour, the players were near the maze exit, none of them managed to touch the cold metallic L.U.S.Ter of the gate. It was near, yet far at the same time. However, feelings of regret, envy, or greed didn't cross their minds. They just felt relieved that the game was finally over. And they remained alive until they heard the last buzzer. Peeb. Chapter 161, Leaving in a Heartbeat. Boycott. 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 Felix opened up his eyes at the sight of the spectators bellowing at the top of their voices, almost deafening his ears. It wasn't just him though, as the remaining 40 players throughout the entire maze all were shocked at such an unpleasant welcome. Who offended them to such a degree? Bewildered and a bit amused, Felix thought while looking around him, sizing up the remaining 40 players. Soon, he noticed a huge contrast between halves. 20 players or so were standing with a relieved expression like they just gained a second lease of life, while the other half had the same signs of defeat that appeared on every player after a lost game: disappointment, discontentment, frustration. Oh! Before he could look into it deeply, he spotted Hound Stench nodding at him in a polite manner. He didn't know where did that came from and honestly wasn't interested in knowing right now. He just replied back with a nod of his own and continued watching the players, hoping that his GP farmer was still alive. However, instead of finding her, he saw Charming Sky blowing a kiss in his direction and Mastermania next to her, looking at him with bloodshot eyes. Those two losers are still alive. Met. Disinterested, he bypassed them both with his eyes, not even staring at them for an additional second. His total disregard for their existence made Charming Sky upset and Mastermania infuriated. Yet, Felix didn't give a crap about losers like them, he simply carried on searching for his GP farmer. Unfortunately for him, that seemed like too much of a wish, as his eyes landed on Princess Bird, who was facing him with hands on her H.I.P.S and fangs baring at him. He didn't know how did he anger her, and based on her furious expression, he had a bad feeling that he would meet up with her later on. Honestly, he wasn't ready to deal with her infamous tantrums. Thus, he totally ignored her, acting like he didn't see her. Soon enough, he spotted Miss Figure standing behind 4 players, and peeking at him with one eye. Hee, why are you hiding? He mused. Whoosh. Whoosh. However, before he could walk towards her to tease her for a bit, he heard the sound of wings flapping above his head. He lifted his chin with an annoyed expression and saw that Zoe was about to land near him. He quickly retreated, not wanting to eat dust just like last time. Hee, let's see how far can you run from me. Zoe withdrew her wings and approached him in a swift manner. Felix didn't budge from his position, as he knew that no matter what she did or about to do, his right to remain silent could not be taken away from him by anyone. Just from the obsessed look she was giving him, he figured out easily that she was seeking answers on what happened during his fight with Solar Mist's party. However, no matter what she says, he would not let a single peep in his eyes, telling them that his revitalization passive was his ultimate ability was more than enough to stop them from thinking that he used 4 passives in the purification realm. As for the rest, he didn't give a shit about seething their curiosity. He would bounce the moment he receives what he was waiting for. Just as Zoe tried to speak, she closed her parted lips by herself after seeing that damned tag hovering above his head. You bastard, today you are not leaving until you satisfy me. She turned around, ignoring Felix, and put her microphone in front of a heavily wounded player, who had one missing arm and clothes all ripped up by claw marks. It seemed like he did not have it easy in the game. Delighted, the player's eyes brightened up after seeing that his chance to get a bit of spotlight was finally given to him. He suddenly felt that his wounds didn't hurt that much. Sadly, Zoe's question was entirely irrelevant to his experiences in the maze. Heck, it was irrelevant to his entire life. Do you know who the spectators were shouting boycott for? She pointed her finger behind her back, aiming at Felix, and said, "It's no one else but you." She turned around and stared at Felix's face, wanting to see his reaction. Was he scared? Worried? Or even a bit curious why they were shouting at him? Unfortunately, none of the above. He just had the same expressionless face as he always had during the interview segment. Like whatever was going around him had nothing to do with his existence. She clicked her tongue and turned yet again to the player, whose eyes were about to spew flames at her face. He neither hid his fury nor wanted to. Who could blame him though? He was literally being used as an outlet to interview Felix indirectly since she couldn't get an official interview with him. He was being watched by millions of spectators, serving as a loophole for her to take advantage of. Everyone knew of such a disrespectful loophole, and especially the players. Nothing screams louder with "I am a side character number, _49611497512433979 for visiting." She knew that as long as she asked another player without mentioning Felix's game name, she wouldn't be muted like before. Thus, she continued talking without expecting Felix to respond. She just wanted him to hear her out. They were worried that you will ditch them and leave after clutching the championship and the bet at the same time. She smiled, but especially what happened exactly during your last fight. Your abilities truly began to baffle us. She frowned slightly and threw a barrage of questions. What was that black inducement exactly? Why you never used it on the beasts you fought before? How did you regain that much energy back? That's just impossible and also forbidden in the SG. Why d? Enough, you are bleeding my ears. She suddenly stopped speaking after hearing Felix's voice so close to her. She turned around and saw him standing 1 meter behind her with the same indifferent expression. She was too engrossed in her throwing all of her questions that bothered her and the spectators, to pay attention behind her. "Give me the mic," he said, gesturing with his hand. Uncaring about his cold tone, Zoe delightfully gave it to him and watched him silently putting it near his mouth. Felix waited until the spectators quietened down their ruckus. Then, he lifted his head and eyed the sea of people all peering at him with curious looks. He smiled and asked, "Was Zoe the one to incite your dissatisfaction about me?" "Yes. She did. Landlord. I love you. I am your fan for life." Not everyone answered his question, as the majority were screaming random stuff that was incomprehensible to Felix. Well, he literally asked millions of spectators all at once, plus they were quite excited about having him speak to them for the first time, especially after watching his gameplay inside the maze. Still, he got what he wanted to hear. He turned his head and said to Zoe with an easygoing smile, "I was planning to remain regardless, in order to accept the unique title that I just won. However now..." His smile was wiped out of his face as he said indifferently, "There is no point doing so anymore. Especially when everyone is so riled up." He threw the mic to the dumbfounded Zoe, who caught it reflexively. Then, he waved his hand to his loyal fans while his body was in the process of disintegration. He didn't hesitate for even a second to leave. The moment Princess Bird and Master Mania saw him leave, they also followed after him unnoticed by the spectators and the players. One was too proud to remain and the other was rushing to start his bounty plan. Chapter 162, I'm sorry. Felix was not lying when he said that he planned on staying to accept the unique title award ceremony. Since it was his first time ever that he won a title. But after understanding that Zoe went to such a length to get her answers, even stirring up the spectators to turn against him, he had no plans on amusing her wishes anymore. The title, the collected GP from the bet, and even Miss Figure's points were all going to reach him by a simple request from the Queen. He didn't need Zoe to give him any of this. Those ceremonies were merely basic etiquette for the MCS to conclude their game on a good final note. That was all to it. Zoe literally just shot herself in the foot by provoking Felix like this. She completely forgot that he was a jerk, who gave 0f*ck to people's wishes and opinions. Threats and pressure never worked on people like him, they just make it worse. Alas, it was already too late for her to salvage her mistake. Felix was truly gone from the stadium, stunning the spectators in the middle of their cheers and the players, who still had no idea what were they talking about. But the one shocked the most was Zoe, as she didn't believe that he actually managed to reach 10k GP and obtain her unique title, the wealthiest of them all. Number _49655210599051748 for visiting. His rewards ain't going nowhere, so it was much better to take a break from such a stressful game. If he had to rate this game with all of the games he went through, it would honestly be in the top 10. 6 hours later. Felix opened his muddled eyes slowly in his bed. He scratched his head while looking around him with half-closed eyes. The room was dimly lighted, as the sun outside of his open window was nowhere to be seen. He looked at his AP bracelet and found that it was 5 AM. Well, it was only natural, as the game started at 8 PM and lasted the entire duration. Thus, by the time he woke up, it was already morning. He yawned while standing up, planning to brush his teeth, and take care of his bowels. It was hard to change long-ingrained habits, thus it was better to just add them in the UVR. After a while, he turned all of the house lights and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Honestly, it was more of a putting dishes on the table and choosing food from the VR menu, just like he was in a restaurant. Of course, since he was born and raised eating Earthlings' food, he chose a scrambled egg, a glass of orange juice, toast, bacon, and finally pancakes. He was more comfortable eating this than other cultures' food. His tasting buds always had difficulty adjusting to their foreign taste. Though, he did eat a few meals here and there by them. It smells good. Asna's delightful voice popped up in his mind. I will make the same breakfast. She snapped her finger and a mist-made table full of dishes appeared before her bed. However, before she took a single bite, she heard Felix's calm voice, Asna, thank you for the help in such a critical moment before. She flinched and replayed with shifty eyes, don't be stupid. If you died, I would die with you, so I was simply helping myself. That's true. Felix nodded his head faintly, though, I believe if you told me a bit earlier about your energy, I wouldn't have exposed my fourth passive. But most importantly, he suddenly slammed the side of his fist on the table and yelled, not get F***king blasted into 4 pieces. His anger was quite understandable, as Asna had ways to help him out yet always saying nope. He asked her 4 times during the game, and every time she was quick to shut him down. Even when we almost on the brink of death. Felix knew that he shouldn't be asking for help from her, since it was him fighting in the game, not her. But in his eyes, they were partners, and partners were supposed to help each other when in need. He wasn't ashamed to ask for help when he made a mistake, didn't understand something, or simply was having difficulty making a valid plan. His pride never stopped him from asking Asna once, twice, and even thrice. He wasn't mad nor upset that she answered with nope. However, when his life and also hers were endangered yet she still refused to chip in, that's where things start to be a problem, especially in such a tight-knitted relationship. For God's sake, they share the same soul, they might have 2 different consciousnesses but still, they exist in one soul. For her to only offer her assistance before he got blasted by the sun, he didn't understand if she was that sadistic to see him explode or simply she was hiding something from him that she didn't want him to find out. Nevertheless, he was not standing up until he finds out the true reason. Please, Enlighten me, where did you get that energy and why did you hide it from me for so long? He closed his eyes and warned coldly, don't you dare lie to me. Gloomy, Asna kept fiddling with a fork in her hand while thinking deeply about her next move. She wanted to come clean to him, but she also knew that he wouldn't like her reason one bit. Their relationship was just getting better and she didn't want to ruin it due to a mistake she made in the earlier days of their rebirth. Thus, she simply kept her silence, not responding to his question. Felix waited and still, he heard nothing. Forget it. It seems like trust is too much to ask for nowadays. Disappointed, Felix sighed and started eating his breakfast. He didn't know her reason for silence, but it was obvious that she was worried about his reaction after hearing her response. This only meant that her energy stash wasn't for good purposes. As he assumed, Asna had an uneasy expression as she heard his thoughts. She was getting distressed that if she hid her reason it might do even more harm than good. If she came clean, their relationship might recover later on. However, if she kept her silence there was no way in hell Felix would keep trusting or relying on her. Promise me that you won't snap, and I will tell you everything. She suddenly murmured softly. Is it that bad? Felix sighed, I can't make promises, but I will try my best. Good enough. She hugged her knees and told him with a soft voice, I got that energy from our daily affinity enhancement. I was providing only half of the purified energy and keeping the other half to myself. She paused, I did so because I was planning to forcefully take control over your body. As expected. Instead of getting mad, Felix merely chuckled. He knew that there was no other reason than this. Plus, with Asna's personality, he believed that she would try to pull something like this off at least once. Thus, he wasn't really that shocked or surprised. It is what it is. Please, carry on. He requested. Asna was a bit creeped out by his lackl.u.s.ter reaction, but she still continued her explanation. However, I found out that the energy needed to pull this off was unattainable. She sighed, the hidden stash I tried hard to collect wasn't even enough to give me 2 seconds of control. Thus, I gave up on trying. This was when we still didn't really trust each other that well. When you visited me after your first game, that's when I stopped having any thoughts about gaining control of your body. She lifted her head and saw him still having a calm expression on his face as he continued to eat his breakfast, like what she was talking about had no relation to him whatsoever. After you started visiting me daily, I realized that it wasn't so bad living in your consciousness anymore. She smiled gently, we play cards, we watch movies, and most importantly we talk to each other. I was comfortable the way I was, and I didn't want anything to jeopardize that. She sighed, thus, I decided to not inform you about the energy I took. I didn't want you to snap and ignore me. I am sorry. She hung her head low as she apologized with a faint tone. Cluck. Felix put down the fork on the empty plate while wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. He lifted the plates one above the other and put them in the sink. Then, he started cleaning them off with an easygoing smile on his face. He didn't respond to her explanation nor to her apology, he just kept cleaning them dishes off. Asna was getting a bit troubled by his silence. She wanted to read his thoughts and see what he was thinking about what she said, but she kept stopping herself from doing so. Even for her, that wasn't proper. After a while, Felix finished cleaning all the dishes. He dried his hands and closed his eyes, planning to enter his consciousness. He didn't know if she read his thoughts already or not, but he would still tell her his peace of mind face to face. Inside the mist-made mansion, Felix walked inside and saw Asna sitting on the bed with her head lay low on her knees. He ignored her and went to bring a chair. He put it near her bed and sat on it with one leg above the other. Asna, look at me. He said, smiling. Asna lifted her head and stared at his eyes with a guilty look. She felt like a criminal, who pleaded guilty on trial and now waiting for the final verdict. Was it going to be merciful or not? Chapter 163, forgiveness and elemental energy. Asna, do you know what made me mad about your entire story? He asked, not expecting an answer. He simply shook his head and said, it wasn't the fact that you took half of the energy without my knowledge, or even the fact you wanted to take over my body. He signed, it's your belief that I will throw some kind of tantrum after you tell me. Felix was neither lying nor saying so to make her feel better, he truly meant what he said. Maybe, someone else would have flipped at the idea of his partner wanting to control his body, but not Felix. The moment he realized that Asna was sealed in his consciousness, he knew that one day she would attempt to make a move at him. He just didn't know how and when. So, he wasn't really surprised when she came clean. This what made him upset, she not trusting him enough to come clean earlier. If she did and apologized sincerely, he would have let bygones be bygones and start preparing for ways to take advantage of her purified energy before the game even started. He wasn't that petty to hold it against her forever. She made a mistake, she came clean, and most of all she apologized. Those 3 steps were all he required to forgive her. However, after getting blasted by the sun and forced to show his 4th passive, which he never had plans of doing so, simply due to her indecisiveness, he couldn't let her go that easily. I am sorry for not telling you earlier. She sulked, if I knew you would be this chill about it, I would have done so months ago. Chill? He gave a dry laugh. Felix was only this relaxed was because he was saved due to her hidden energy. Its purpose might not have been good, but what mattered was that it did well eventually. In his eyes, it was pretty much illogical to throw tantrum about her energy, when the only reason he was alive now was due to it. All right, hear how things are going to be between us from now on. His casual attitude was thrown out of the window as he pointed 2 fingers in her direction with a cold expression. 1. No more secrets between us. You can read my mind and my memories easily. So all of my secrets are open to you. I want you to do the same, at least with things related to me. Okay, I promise. She sighed in relief after hearing the last part. It was clear she still had no plans to talk about her origin. Felix wouldn't rush her for it. She could take all of her time until she was ready to speak about her background. However, for secrets related to him, he wanted to have full transparency between them. 2. When I ask for your help, at least make some effort instead of saying nope in a heartbeat. Cough, I will try. Embarrassed, she coughed while avoiding eye contacting with him. Felix's eyelids twitched at this sight, as he knew that with her laziness, this second condition was even harder than the first one. Good, now since we are still at it, why don't you explain to me exactly how you were going to control my body? Curious, he asked with a hand resting under his chin. The method and knowledge I was going to use had relation to peak energies and techniques. I don't think your mind is ready to hear such a peak-leveled terms. She shook her head and said with good intention, you might actually lose the motivation to tread in your Gabrikov, human race bloodline path. Are you certain you still want to know? She asked, dead serious. Yes. Felix answered dead serious as well. Speechless, Asna kept staring at his solemn eyes, not knowing how to respond. She expected him to agree with her and ask her in 50 years later or something. Yet, his serious look made her certain that he wasn't leaving her alone until he gets his answer. Go away. I am not telling you. In the end, she just waved her hand, shooing him away forcefully. Felix's form disintegrated into the lake's mist, as he was thrown outside of his own consciousness without his approval. Slam! What the hell, Asna? Felix slammed his palm at the table as he shouted, what happened to the first condition we made? No more secrets related to me. Trust me, Felix, you are not ready yet. She turned on the TV while saying cutely, you are my only chance to gaining freedom, and I don't want to ruin your cultivation pace. Just keep doing what you do, and when the time comes, I will tell you everything about it. What kind of bull crap is this? Felix was truly on the verge of flipping the table. No matter what you say or do, I will not budge. She suggested, ask me another thing unrelated to that question. Fine. You said that you were taking 50% of the purified energy. He reseated himself and asked in irritation, does that mean I could have reached 100% affinity with only 5k high-grade stones, instead of the original 10k you told me? Cough, when you put it like that it does sound bad, but trust me, She suddenly froze, totally out of excuses to use. You what? He snickered sarcastically. I will make it up for you. She promised him softly. No need, that energy was used by me eventually. He waved his hand dismissively and said with a pained expression, still purified energy made of 5k high-grade stones could have been used more efficiently. Why the hell did you give me all of it? I would have won the fight with just 30%. He asked, pretty annoyed. You have no idea how long I wanted to get rid of that energy. She coughed, so the moment I made the decision to give it, I didn't want to leave a single particle with me. Why are you getting more and more useless? He scolded her while calculating the amount of SCSNA wasted by her irresponsible energy toss. Stop spending all of your time on TV. It's clear, your low intelligence is getting even lower. Screw you. I am not the one, who was C.O.C.Ky to waste all of his energy on beasts just to get ambushed later on without a single way to retaliate. She flipped him the finger without pausing the episode she was watching. 175 million. Felix felt faint at the result, almost passing out cold. For Felix, who needed every coin in his bloodline path to waste 175 million in just 5 minutes was truly a bit hard for him to swallow. Although it was used to save his life, he still felt the sting of it. This was another reason he was upset at Asna. If she told him earlier, he could have avoided losing all of his purified energy in one fight. The sad part, he lost it as well in real life. Just because he was in the UVR it didn't mean his real body's elemental energy wasn't being consumed. It was actually the opposite. Any ability that he used in the games, not the UVR, just the games, it would consume the same amount in real life. The SGA made it as such to keep the economy of energy stones balanced. After all, the majority of the bloodliners pretty much used the Supremacy Games platform as a way to obtain resources and not go find them by themselves in the real universe. This meant the elemental stones needed to be spent in one way or another. Otherwise, a bloodliner just needed to buy enough stones to refill his real body once and not bother with them anymore. The SGA of course didn't want that to happen. The elemental stones market was too big to simply give up on it. Thus, they added a clear rule within the SG contract that elemental energy used in the games would be spent in reality as well. The process was actually simple. The moment a bloodliner activated ability, the amount needed for it to be active gets released from his body's pores automatically in a mild undetected manner. Obviously, when this rule was added it didn't please the players much. After all, the rule literally made them buy elemental stones just to be used during their stay in the VR pod. However, their complaint meant jack shit to the SGA. Anyone who didn't agree with their policy could give up on climbing the SG ladder and head to the real universe to get their resources. No one was forcing them to play. They could give up any time they wished. Even if they signed the contract. It didn't bind them to play every 2 months or so. Sure enough, the players were simply throwing fits. As for giving up on the platform, that wasn't happening anytime soon. How could they give up on it, when it had everything they desire? If they won, they get to wish for what they need. If they lost they still get either paid based on the number of spectators who came for them or by game points they collected in the game. It was always a win for them. As for adventuring in the real universe, unless a clan forced the bloodliners to do some mandatory missions as Felix did in his previous life, no one would actually leave. The universe's dangers were no joke. There were void creatures roaming around, pirates hunting for space.I.P.S, banished individuals seeking to vent, and many more dangers ready to jump on you. No bloodliner was sane enough to leave the SG platform and head outside for resources. If the UVR was the bright and sunny side of the universe, then the real universe was its dark and gloomy side. In conclusion, elemental energy could be used in the UVR as much as one wanted, either in training centers, measurement centers, and other platforms. However, in the case of the SG, it was dispensable. If a bloodliner lost all of it, he needed to use stones in the real world to recover it. This was the reason why Asna was able to pump purified energy into Felix's body. He was totally spent after he used all of his energy during the game. If it wasn't, his body would have exploded from the overflowing energy. Since they share the same soul, Asna pumping her own energy from the inside didn't trigger the Queen's detection. After all, there was a huge loophole left behind from the SGA decision, and that was the fact bloodliners could simply ask someone to put an elemental stone on their hand. The bloodliners could easily then absorb it by giving out the order to their body, even though they were in the UVR. The SGA couldn't do anything to stop them from absorbing energy, but they could make the act itself forbidden. With Queen's existence, it was quite easy to spot abusers of this loophole and punish them. Felix and Asna were totally under the Queen's radar. After a while, Felix stopped moping about what had been done and started focusing on the future. Asna, I will be bringing you stones from now on to purify them like usual. Felix smirked, I would be a fool to not use you as an emergency energy carrier. He. Incensed at the way he called her, she shouted with her mouth full of popcorn. Chapter 164, The SG Ivy League. Totally unbothered by her yell, Felix merely requested from the Queen to show him all of his earnings from the game. He finally dealt with Asna and now it was time to see if his plan of turning the game into a wager chase was worth it or not. As you wish, Sir Felix. As expected, the Queen easily fulfilled his request. There was absolutely no need for Zoe to give him anything. / Winning wish. Unique title, the wealthiest of them all. Streaming revenue, 360 million SC. Serial code for Malin chicken fish leg. Game points collected solo, 10,000. Game points by Miss Figure, 1,100. Total game points collected, 26700 //. Hehe, everyone worked hard, I see. Good lads, good lads. Gleeful, a wide grin immediately affixed on Felix's lips as he gazed at the total GP he earned from the entire game. A whopping 26k GP from one game. An unfathomable amount he didn't manage to collect in his previous life, even though he played tens upon tens of games. Well, if the points he spent were counted he would have reached and far surpassed this amount, but still, it would never be the same as getting those points in a single game. Nonetheless, a silver game. Finally, I have what it takes to join the Ivy League. He smirked while closing off the hologram. Till this point, he still didn't glance at the title or bothered to care about it. The unique titles had only one use, and that was bragging. Thus, there was no need to feel too excited about it. At the end of the day, it was just a title. Felix had other important stuff to think about right now than how the title would look above his head. Applying for the SG Ivy League was the current thought that was coursing through his mind. In his previous life, he was always seeking a way to enter the SG Ivy League. One of the best leagues or clubs created by a group of high-ranked players, exceeding the gold rank. The league's existence was built on 4 pillars. 1. Gathering spot of the best players. 2. Prize pool free trading. 3. High-stack private battles, and lastly 4. Absolute freedom. The Ivy League was completely private and closed off from the public. Only worthy players could be accepted within the league. Obviously, just like the majority of players, Felix applied to join the trials every year. Yet he failed all of his trial attempts. You see, to join the Ivy League there were only 3 ways to do so. 1. Apply for the trials after reaching the basic rank accepted, which was being in gold rank. 2. Automatically join the league if you had an above gold rank or have 20k game points collected. Felix, who was stuck in gold rank in his previous life, was only able to try and join by applying to the trials like everyone else. If it was easy to gather 20k GP, he would have done so and joined straightway. Sadly, for Felix, who never managed to gather 8k points before getting forced to spend them on resources, 20k was but a pipe dream. Right now, Felix was planning to head to the Ivy League's private city after fulfilling the third requirement. Felix had no plans to join clans because they were pretty much useless to his bloodline path, and they were limiting his freedom. However, the same couldn't be said for the Ivy League. It was the perfect unofficial organization for him to join. He would be able to meet with high-ranked players and socialize with them or battle with the peers in the same rank as him with a high stacks bet on. Yet, his real motive for joining the league was to hasten the elemental potion material collection. The majority of the elemental potion materials were on the gold rank prize pool or above. None of them were accessible in bronze or silver. This meant if Felix wanted to gather those materials, he had to reach gold rank first, and to do so he needed to win another 3 games. In other words, he would be delayed for 6 months. This was only if he was extremely lucky and managed to get all those materials in the first gold game prize pool. If he was unlucky, his prize pool might not have any of them. After all, there was an incalculable number of resources and the SGA wasn't going to put them all in every game prize pool. It didn't work like that. The SGA put in each game a random combination of 100 items in limited stock, except for the common materials like energy stones. This signified that it all depended on luck if Felix could land those materials or not. In other words, extra months would be added, making him delay reaching the first stage of replacement by a year or so. This was just the first hurdle. Don't forget the price of those materials, as Felix would need a huge amount of game points in order to buy them. Felix understood that it was impossible to collect 26k GP or so even if he played 10 games, which were similar to the death race. Even if he wanted to avoid relying on the SG to collect those materials and choose to do so in auctions, how exactly was he going to get invited or get a recommendation letter again? He could forget about Mr. Goaty, as blackmailing him for one was already pushing it. This meant, Felix lacked the means to even attend those auctions, where he would definitely get ripped off even if he got in one. One should never forget about the last auction he was on. He was almost robbed of his entire capital just to get 2 materials that he could have gotten from the Ivy League way cheaper than ever. This meant, relying on auctions to collect materials was never a good solution. The only solutions he had were either get chummy with the high echelons of the Empire, which was quite far-fetched with Felix's current state, or just join the Ivy League. In that sense, Felix should thank his lucky stars that he landed on the shuffle maze that had a farming format, and players proud of their strength to join the wager that he proposed. They just gave him a heavenly sent shortcut to collect all the materials in one sweep. Felix made his plans with knowledge of all of this. As of now, he had the means to join one of the best unofficial organizations in the Empire, and also enough game points to buy all of the materials in the League's market. Truly hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Queen, can you check for me please, when the next Ivy League gathering will be? He requested. Based on their website, the next gathering will be held tomorrow and last for 3 days. She answered in heartbeat. All right, thank you. Felix rested his chin on his hand while walking towards the living room. Just as he was about to take a seat, the Queen informed him, Sir Felix, your email inbox is about to have 1,000 emails. Should I delete some? The hell? He exclaimed out loud, startled by the massive number. Felix knew that he would be receiving quite a lot of emails after the game, thus he requested the Queen before sleeping to not inform him about them. Yet, he didn't expect the number to exceed 1k. Who sent them? He asked. Sir, you have 890 emails from different media platforms looking for interviews, TV shows invitations, idol agencies wanting to sign with you, popular streams invitation, and companies wanting to sponsor you. 119 emails are clans' invitations to join their ranks, and famous players inviting you to their cliques and groups. She informed him. My Felix is getting popular. Don't forget about me when you start swimming in girls. Asna cheered sarcastically. Unbothered by Asna's remark, Felix simply kept staring at his email inbox that kept getting refreshed every 5 new emails arrived. Before long, another 50 emails were added to his inbox. He picked one of them randomly and read it with his eyes. 50 million for a 10 minutes interview. He mumbled under his breath, the hell is going on for them to offer that much to interview me? Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _4969934246176063 for visiting. He quickly swiped the email to the left and clicked on another randomly. This one was totally unrelated to the media, as it was a formal friend request from a popular idol player. Annoyed, Felix quickly deleted the email. He knew that the F*er was simply trying to use his popularity to enhance his own fanbase. After all, idols meeting up, taking pictures and videos was always good for their popularity. Popularity? Did I get famous to the point of being asked by idols? Bewildered, he tapped his name on the network search bar. Whoosh! Immediately after seeing the results, his eyes bulged out of their sockets, not daring to believe what his eyes were feeding him. This is madness. F*ing madness. Chapter 165, Going Viral in the Mariana Empire. Millions upon millions of search results all having his name, pictures, the shuffle maze he was playing in, videos of his battles, requests to join his club, people asking for his VR social media account, and many more interesting results. The more he scrolled down, the bigger his grin got. He didn't believe that he would actually go viral in the UVR from his second game only. Although he went viral only in the Mariana Empire, it was more than enough for Felix, who never actually went viral even in the Alexandar Kingdom. But now, the entire empire was talking about him. Who could blame them? Felix's run on the shuffle maze should have made him at least get nominated as an MVP of the month. He slew 3 beasts, 2 epics, and 1 legendary. His total kill tally was 8 and 3 of them were hardcore players. All of this was done solo without anyone's assistance. Sadly, Zoe was his MC. Somewhat eager, Felix clicked on a video and was transferred into the website called VRvideos number, _4972887573062631 for visiting. Attracting hate was the true indicator of one going insanely famous. Thus, Felix wasn't annoyed by those comments. He simply ignored them and swiped the video to the left, wanting to see another one. This time he didn't choose a fight against beasts but sought to see the viewer's reaction to his battle vs Solar Mist's party. He kept scrolling down tens upon tens of his videos all about his battles and struggles in the maze. Some were about his fight with the Iron Titan, Terror Serpent, Lazy Rat, Charming Sky, and even Mastermania, while some videos were about him dodging the traps, entering the hidden compartment, showcasing fireworks, drama with Zoe, and such. Everything that had any relation to Felix was split into parts and uploaded on the website. My fans are truly working their ass off. He smiled, I should probably reward them later on. Felix didn't even need to guess to know that his club were the ones responsible for editing those videos and uploading them so fast. All of those videos took a good effort to be this well made. No one had that much free time to help Felix increase his popularity besides his loyal fans. Soon enough, Felix found what he was looking for. It was a video that was 15 minutes long and tilted landlord risen from the dead, Supremacy Games news cough. A bit embarrassed, he coughed and clicked on the title, wanting to see if he really was the one who caused her to get demoted. After reading for a while, and watching videos of what happened during the stadium, Felix knew without a doubt that he had absolutely no relation to Zoe's demotion. The fact that he left the game without attending any ceremony, or even the fact he turned the spectators against Zoe before leaving. Both of them were simply some of the fuses Zoe's rivals needed to take away her promotion to mid-elo. It had nothing to do with Felix. The SGA wouldn't demote Zoe simply due to one player. However, the same couldn't be said when a couple of MCS made sure that all of Zoe's in-game flaws were highlighted to the public, creating an outrage. She made a lot of flaws inside the game. Even the fact she threatened that wounded player to not ruin her promotion was made public by the player himself and was included in the article. Felix shook his head and stopped reading midway after knowing exactly how his name got in the tongue of the commoners. In their journey to bring down Zoe, the MCS had to spot as much light as possible on Felix, the main character of the game, who in their own words inside the article, was treated unjustly by Zoe after everything that he had done inside the game. This made people try to figure who was Felix and what exactly had he done in the game to be spoken this highly by many known low-elo MCS. After they watched the replay, they couldn't help but marvel at his bloodline, anonymous character, his fighting style, and especially the way he always battles solo. He was unique from the rest. They saw it and they loved it. This made them share their favorite parts of his battles in their media feed. Some shared his fight with the legendary beast, while some shared his battle with Solar Mist's party. What mattered was that Felix kept getting more and more attention until an SGN editor published an article written about Felix and his achievements. This article reached the top 20 in the trending list, and still climbing fiercely. Just like a snowball, the more attention Felix got, the more people started to see how Zoe treated Felix at the very end of the game. This was exactly what those MCS wanted, for Zoe's flaws inside the game to attract the public eyes, which in turn would attract the SGA's attention. The moment that happened, those little flaws she made would be turned into deadly swords, sharp enough to cut Zoe's career into a half. All of this juicy drama happened only in the 6 hours that Felix slept. A known MC had fallen from grace to damnation in only 6 hours. Rest in peace, Madame Zoe. Felix sighed, feeling a bit bad for Zoe's fate. Especially, after he saw that she actually made him the focal point of the game since the start. But it is what it is. Felix knew that the MCS weren't doing this out of spite or hate, but simply to remove another competitor from getting a promotion to mid-elo. The MCS, like the players, also had their own competition ongoing between them. Fighting for promotion was one of the many targets they had a rivalry for. Titus, Marlian, and Zoe were called all low-elo MCS, responsible for commentating and judging bronze, silver, and gold games. They could never commentate on games at a higher rank than gold, unless they got promoted to mid-elo. However, that wasn't easy. Promotion spots were limited, and there were millions of them competing for those spots. Zoe was one of the MCS, who had been in a promotion spot for a while now. She only needed one final push to reach the middle elo. Felix's game was the one that was supposed to give her that push. Too bad, she made too many mistakes that accu.mulat into getting bailed out by everyone. Her prank in the first shuffle made the players look badly at her. The fact she didn't announce that Felix got the unique title after he reached 10 kgp. Most importantly, she tried to turn the spectators against Felix the champion. A foolish move she shouldn't have done. To top it off, threatening the wounded player. All of those mistakes were used properly by her rivals to destroy her chances of getting that promotion. Now, she could only weep while commentating only on bronze games with MCS still in an internship. Who knows when she would climb back to her promotion spot? Maybe it would take 50 games and maybe 100. The only thing that Felix knew was that Zoe's MC career was doomed. Queen, please filter those emails. Show me only ones that were sent from high-ranked players and top idol agencies. Chapter 166, The Agency's Threat. After seeing how he got viral, Felix closed off all of the holograms, leaving only his email inbox, that was about to surpass 1,200 email by now. The Queen quickly split the inbox into two parts. The emails, which she deemed important, were put at the top. As for the rest, they were left at the bottom. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number S threat, _49747135515655882 for visiting. Satisfied, Felix thanked the Queen and clicked on the first one on the list. He wasn't stupid to delete everything before reading at least 5 or 10. Who knows, he might find something of value in them. After reading the first email for a while, he closed it off and deleted it. It was an invitation to a party hosted by a high-ranked player over getting promoted to mid-elo. Felix wasn't interested in those kinds of parties, as he knew they were simply hosted to kiss ass and bootlick the player who made it safely to the other side. He attended more than enough in his previous life to understand that bootlicking those players brought zero benefits. Next. He clicked on the second email and found out that it was half-an-hour interview on a famous TV night show. He deleted it as well and moved on. He had no plans to be interviewed, especially when the majority of their questions would be about his bloodline. Next. Unrejectable recruitment. A bit surprised by the title, Felix raised his eyebrows while clicking on it, wanting to see which agency was daring enough to send such an impolite email. // Dear Mr. Landlord. It has come to our attention that you have ruined the face of one of our favorite idols, Mastermania. In other words, you ruined his market value. We don't know if you are not familiar with the unwritten rules of the SG or not, but destroying idols' faces instead of killing them is a taboo move every player tries to avoid. Now, we do understand that you are still a newbie to the SG, and the majority of the unofficial rules are probably foreign to you. Thus, we came to a decision to let bygones be bygones under one condition. Join the BHE agency and sign an exclusive contract with us. We are one of the best agencies in the Mariana Empire. Hundreds of players from all ranks are being managed by our agents. We can make you reach the peak of popularity, whether you won the games or lost. We hope you understand that rejecting our recruitment will not bid well for you. Do consider deeply before sending your answer. Yours sincerely. Big Hit Entertainment / Ha 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 ha. Instead of feeling the subtle threat that was on the email, Felix only felt like he just read one of the best jokes in both his lives. Unofficial rules? Taboo? Just thinking about them sent him rolling on the couch, laughing his ass off. Cough, cough. Holy shit. I am dying. He covered his mouth while coughing and laughing at the same time. At this moment, Felix wanted nothing more than to know if the one who wrote the email, did it with a straight face or not. Weren't they afraid that he would publish their email for all to see, making them the butt joke of the year? Felix knew that the F***ers wanted to scare him by using his lack of knowledge against him. In their eyes, Felix was merely a newbie on his second game. For players like those, they could easily get scammed by an agency if they weren't paying attention or too stupid to just search the facts by themselves. Unofficial rules? Felix knew that the SG actually had those kinds of rules, but not damaging the face of an idol wasn't in them. Who the F***ck think they are to say that all of the players were trying to avoid ruining their idols' faces? The players never gave a shit about those losers and the agencies behind them. Good players all had their own private agencies responsible for managing their business. That's all to it, managing their daily life and business opportunities. The player was still the one making decisions. However, the same couldn't be said about those public agencies. They were sharks, who elude as many players as possible with fame and fortune. They train them on how to be an idol and throw them in the games every 2 months. Even after the game ends and they survive it somehow, they get paraded in the UVR. Doing interviews, fans meeting ups, show and streams appearance, wearing constantly sponsored outfits, and more of such never-ending publicly. They try to milk everything of the player until he finally dies inside the game. By that time, they would have already earned hundreds of millions. That's just from one idol. Now imagine the same happening to hundreds of idols inside that agency. Imagine the number of coins they make yearly from this business. They were literally losing money only if a player turned to be a failed idol. As for other instances, they always get more than what they paid for. Go. F***ck. Your selves. Felix immediately typed this reply, word by word, and sent it to them, not giving a shit about their so-called threat. He pretty much guessed that Mastermania tried to force them into putting a bounty on his head after what he had done to him. He saw it happen too many times in his previous life, it became the norm. However, instead of doing what Mastermania wanted, the agency first tried to recruit him. After all, Felix was currently one of the hottest topics in the empire. The amount of value he had was unfathomable, and they would be fools not to take advantage of him. Too bad, Felix wasn't a newborn baby, who had no idea about their thoughts and plans. I hope the bounty is large enough to force some fools into hunting me down. Felix said, chuckling. He wanted them to put a bounty on him and hoped that it would be big enough to move the majority of the players in his upcoming games. Why would he refuse such a free AoE taunt? Felix was confident in his own strength to brutalize any player that approaches him with ill intention. The only reason Solar Mist's party put him in a rough spot was that he wasted all of his energy on the beasts. However, he learned his lesson and he would never repeat that mistake again. Felix waved his hand to the left, swiping all of the holograms away from his face, except for the earning list that the Queen made. The agency's email made him lose his enthusiasm for reading more. He looked at his winning wish while scratching his chin, wondering whether it was worth to use it now or save it until he joined the Ivy League. Having a wish was the same as having a Walmart coupon card that lets you pick anything you want from the store. Better leave it for later, he said, deciding to not use it for now. Felix wasn't in rush to waste it on purity drops or other materials that could be found in the Ivy League. He wanted to use it after he finished buying the materials in the league. After all, he might actually reach a dead end on a material. He didn't worry that his wish would expire or such. He could use it any time he wanted, even years from now. However, the wish would always have a limit. Since Felix got it in Silver Game, it meant his wish would also be limited to that rank. It was a known fact that Silver rank wishes couldn't go above 1 billion SC worth. This limit increases based on the rank a player was on. The higher his rank, the more leeway he would have in his wish selection. One could also ask to receive that 1 billion SC at once. Queen, please contact Mr. Goji. Felix requested politely while pressing on his profile interface, wanting to check his current status after the game. / rank, peak tier bronze, play 2 more placement games to get your final rank. Games played, 002. Wins, 002. Loss, 000. Win streak, 002. Loss streak, 000. Eliminations, 0014//. After a quick glance, he closed it off and refocused on his call with Mr. Goji. Peep, peep. Unfortunately, he waited and waited, yet still, no one picked up his call. A bit annoyed, he called him again. The bracelet kept ringing on and on until the call made the peeping sound again. Felix this time didn't call him any further as he had guessed that Mr. Goji was probably still asleep. After all, it wasn't even 6 AM yet. Never mind, I will call that creep later, he said, deciding to let Mr. Goji enjoy his sleep for now. Felix had no plans of continuously calling him until he wakes him up forcefully. Even for Felix, that was a bit excessive. Waking someone from a good sleep just to ask for something was beyond ad.I.c.kish move. Bastard, you didn't mind ruining my sleep up at that time to awaken. Asna cursed him after remembering the way he treated her on the day of the awakening. It's different with you. How so? You don't deserve to be treated nicely. You prick. I dare you to come and say it in my face. I would rather not. Felix ignored the following barrage of curses and requested the Queen to log him out. He planned to do a quick check-up on the island in the next 2 hours or so before calling Mr. Godi again. Plus, he needed to fill his elemental energy tank after using everything in the maze. Chapter 167, Coins Trading Platform. TSHSSHSH. White smoke came out of the VR pod as it was being opened up automatically. Felix pulled himself outside, wearing only his underwear. He already removed the needle that was attached to his arm, pumping that blue nutrition into his bloodstream. Good thing he bought one of the best products, as even though he continued lying on the pod for a week or so, he neither felt stiff nor tense one bit. He just stretched for a few seconds, cracking some of his joints akin to waking up from 8 hours of sleep. Then, he went to the closet and wore a cozy jacket, sweatpants, and sandals. Of course, he didn't forget about sunglasses. Although, it was still 6 a.m. or so, there were still some workers preparing to start their morning shift. Felix didn't want to distract them from their work by exposing his mutations in public. Awakened humans were hard to spot even in the mainland, don't even mention in this small island. "Oh, good morning, James." Felix immediately greeted James after finding him standing guard near his suite door. "Good morning, young master. I will be back in 2 hours or so." James nodded his head at Felix's retreating back, who was heading towards the elevator. 2 hours later. Whoosh, bam. The sound of waves colliding against a cliff resounded up the hill, where Felix was standing at the very tip of the cliff. He already checked the condition of the hotel, or at least what was checkable at this point. It turned out, the entire hotel was already in the middle of remodeling, except for Felix's floor. However, there was nothing much for Felix to evaluate and judge, as based on what he saw, the workers were currently trying to empty the rooms of all the useless furniture. They were not broken or in bad shape, but simply not luxurious enough for the hotel. Felix wanted the hotel to be a 6 stars, thus everything needs to be replaced. That being said, those furniture were not being thrown away or burnt, but actually were sent to the residential area, putting them in some lucky apartments. Obviously replacing everything required more money, but Abigail had nothing to worry about, as Felix was trading his coins for dollars and sending them to Leela. Trading coins with other currencies wasn't really that hard, as Felix could simply either request the Queen to buy dollars from the offers posted in the currency trading platform, or just do it by himself. The CTP was open for any planet seeking to buy coins using their currency. They just needed to put an offer based on their currency's worth in the UVR and the interested parties would buy what they want. Since Earthlings joined the SGA for only a year or so, their currency wasn't really that valuable in the UVR. This made the dollar, euro, dirham, and all of those posted currencies in the platform to be completely shunned and ignored. When Felix tried to trade coins to give Leela enough capital, in order to change the hospital equipment, he had a difficult time finding his family's offers on the platform. Although the platform had a search bar, Felix didn't know exactly the name of his family's offer. He tried Maxwell and it didn't work, as thousands of results greeted him. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number $4977006017201720181999 for visiting. Thus, he stopped bothering with doing it by himself and just started requesting the Queen to buy specifically from his family. Since the Earthlings' currency's value were dog shit in the UVR, not reaching even 1 SC equals $50 on average, Felix didn't really waste that many coins, as he traded only 1 million SC from time to time. This gave him $50 million for each trade. An amount good enough for Leela to handle any situation. The good part about this was that Felix's trading helped his family immensely. The elders had no idea that Felix was the one giving them free coins to continue helping the juniors and also enough capital to invest in the UVR. Nonetheless, they were grateful to whoever took pity on them. The elders weren't stupid to not realize that someone was directly helping them out. After all, in the CTP, there were millions upon millions of offers just from planet Earth. This meant that the prices varied significantly from each other. Some retards, who were desperate to get coins by any means, literally accept 1 SC for $100. Yet, Felix totally ignored them and traded only with his family offers. In his eyes, if he was going to give his coins to someone, it was better to give it to his family. At least Olivia and his grandfather would benefit from them. This what made the elders believe that some individual was watching them and assisting them. They didn't know what he wanted from them, and they honestly were enjoying his unconditional assistance to care about finding out. Sir Felix, the trade had been completed successfully. The Queen informed him, $100 million has been added to your bank account. She asked, should I send it all to Layla's bank account? Please. Felix nodded his head and turned around, planning to head back to the hotel. He wanted to give it to Leela directly, but she was still asleep. Today was her day off, and Felix didn't want to ruin her rest. There were plenty of chances to meet up with her later on. 20 minutes later. Felix got fully nude again and set foot inside the VR pod. He already filled his energy tank by using some of the 1K mid-grade stones he got from Fuzzia's shop. He left them inside his spatial card just for this purpose. After he got himself comfortable, he requested the Queen to log him in. Queen, contact Mr. Godi please. The moment Felix opened up his eyes, he voiced his request again. This time, he wasn't going to stop until Mr. Godi picked up his call. Fortunately, he didn't need to go that far, as the call connected in the first 5 seconds. What do you want? Mr. Godi asked with an unpleasant tone. Clearly, still harboring grudges against Felix. Well, he was forced to delete his most prized gallery and also stop carrying out his hobby. It might be creepy and wrong, but it was still a hobby. How many epic tier 5 bloodlines did you gather for me? Unbothered by his tone, Felix straightforward laid down his question. I managed to secure 5 from my hunters. Mr. Godi warned, you better get them out of my store, I wasted a huge sum to buy them. Hee, brother Godi, I am a bit short on coins currently, I have only enough to get 1 bottle. Felix gave a forced laugh while promising, but don't worry, in 3 months or so, I will have enough to pay you for all of them. Please email me the serial number of the bottles with a time limit contract. Bye-bye. Before Mr. Godi could even argue, Felix swiftly hanged up and turned off his AP bracelet phone feature for now. He didn't want to hear Godi barrage him with insults and curses. He knew that Godi would eventually accept this messed up situation and email him a contract that had a vicious requirement if he didn't manage to pay up in time. So, Felix was confident that in 5 minutes or so, he would receive the email. Just as he expected, the Queen informed him that the newest email was sent by Godi. Felix quickly opened it and read its content with his eyes. A satisfied smile broke on his lips, as he saw that Godi truly got him 5 epic tier 5 bottles. He believed that at least one of them or two would have the required 9% that he needed to reach greater purity. However, his smile stiffened immediately after reading that if he failed to pay in exactly 3 months, their previous contract would turn void. Felix neither wanted to lose the 30% discount nor the free customs pass. Though, he wasn't really that worried about getting the coins, as he could resell the bottles to Luby, losing only 5% in each bottle. This would lower the amount needed to the bare minimum. Felix closed the email after registering the serial codes of the bottles. Then, he requested the Queen to send them together with Malin-Fish Leg's serial code to Fatty Worm, in order to deliver them as fast as possible. Felix wanted to reach greater purity before attending the World Representative Battle. His landlord persona was gaining more and more attraction in both the UVR and real life, and since Felix was using the same bloodline with the same inducements, a solid relation between him and his landlord persona was going to be established. Felix didn't want that to happen. Otherwise, any player from a major background like Princess Bird could easily find him using their massive network. No one could save him from their aggression. Just sending one random stage 3 bloodliner and Felix would be completely hopeless. The only way to get himself away from such a situation was by unlocking 2 more abilities and using them with his real character. Landlord was currently famous for having 3 actives: poison bombs, poisonous aura, and finally the fake poison revitalization. As for his passives, he showed that he had poison immunity, super strength, and lastly ultra-infrared vision. On the other hand, in the real life, he only showed that he had poison bombs and poison immunity to his family. This meant, the moment he displayed 2 different abilities from Landlord, no one would question him or get suspicious of him. If he reached 75% of integration and unlocked other new passives, he would be completely off the radar. They would never assume that he had 12 abilities, but he was simply using a different bloodline that was a bit similar. After all, there were few legendary bloodlines that had abilities able to switch endowments just like his. Felix was taking those great measures because he knew that some of the players were connected one way or another to a background. Either a clan, high-staged bloodliner, belonging to an ancient family like Princess Bird, and more. He had no plans of avoiding killing those players if they offended him or harbored any ill intention towards him inside the games. This signified that he was going to offend a hefty amount of parties, who would try their best to locate him in real life. However, as long as Felix split his 12 abilities apart, they would always end up targeting anyone except him. Tomorrow morning, Felix stepped out of his car and walked towards the teleportation company, planning to head to the Ivy League's private city. Since it was private, not anyone could just teleport straight to it. Though, Felix knew exactly what to do in order to get there. This time, instead of entering the base floor teleportation circles, Felix took the elevator and went for the 5th. After exiting the elevator, he saw that the floor was pretty empty when compared to the rage going downstairs. "Good morning, may I help you?" The receptionist, who was sitting right next to the elevator, immediately greeted Felix with a smile. "I want to teleport to the Ivy League city," he answered. "Are you willing to pay 200 GP as teleportation fees?" she asked. Felix nodded his head as he put his bracket in the scanner. A second later, he withdrew his hand after receiving transfer notification. The receptionist gave him a smile as she gestured with her hand to pick one of the empty circles on the floor. Without further ado, Felix turned around and went for one of the empty circles. Unlike the base floor where people get teleported every second, those circles weren't that active, as Felix saw that only 5 people stepped out of them during the duration he entered the floor. It only made sense, as anyone who was taking the teleportation circles in the upper floors weren't like the broke commoners, who jumped from the circles the moment they got teleported, worrying about losing merely 200 SC. After entering the circle, Felix didn't need to do or click anything, as the moment he paid the receptionist his destination was already set, no matter which circle he used. He just closed his eyes and waited to get teleported. However, right before his body disintegrated into light particles, he changed his outfit, name, and tag. Now, he wasn't Felix, but landlord holder of the unique title, wealthiest of them all. Chapter 168, The Ivy League City. Are you going to participate in today's trials? Sigh, this is already my 5th attempt and probably my last. Good luck. The moment Felix's body reconstructed on the milky white circle, his ears began picking chatter of the people in front of him. In an unhurried manner, he opened his eyes and started sizing up everything before him. If he could describe the scene with 2 words, it would definitely be bustling and loud. He stepped outside of the circle while gazing beneath the darkness of his hoodie at the hundreds of people making tense lines that were leading to the exit of the teleportation company. Without delaying for a second, Felix chose the line nearest to him and lined up compliantly. If there was a mechanism that lets him skip lining up, he would have done so. Sadly, those lines were for checking up the identity of the newcomers, not to keep the crowd ordered. After all, this was a private city belonging to a league, not a kingdom or an empire. Every player with 200 GP could surely teleport, but no matter what he did, he could never bypass those check-up lines and go beyond the teleportation company. This meant those hundreds of people around Felix weren't just random individuals, but players belonging to gold rank or even a higher rank than it. Players who fulfilled one of the 3 requirements to be here. Felix was probably the only bronze player in the middle of those elites, who came from all around the Empire and the hundreds of kingdoms, just to participate in the trials and join the Ivy League. This should speak volumes about the desire of everyone to join this elitist organization. Oh? Landlord! Startled by the abrupt exclamation, Felix turned his head and saw a player he never knew before, was pointing his finger at him with a tingle of shock in his voice. The rest of the players around them all shushed their chatter at the exclamation and focused on Felix, who was being pointed at. It's really him. Who is he? Don't you read the latest news? He is currently one of the hottest talked topics in the Empire. He destroyed a silver game solo and everyone in it. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number, _497935370001363111 for visiting. I read that he caused Goddess Zoe to get demoted to bronze. She deserves it. Sigh, if you guys watched his game, you will see that he was totally robbed from an MVP title. Tisk, at least he got the unique title. A red-tailed man pointed his finger at the top of Felix's head, and just like he said, the rest saw a golden title, glittering under the light, almost blinding them after they focused on it too much. Since the unique title had only one purpose, and that was bragging, the SGA of course was going to make them appear as glamorous and flamboyant as possible. Felix wasn't planning to remain low-key and hid it after going through hell to collect that many points and obtain it. He wasn't that moronic or noble to not brag about his achievement when he had nothing to lose. Heck, he knew that the title was actually going to be beneficial in the market. Felix knew that by displaying his name and the title, he was going to receive a lot of attention in the city, especially after he just went viral in the Empire. However, that was exactly what he wanted, to be as high-profiled as possible. The more known his name got in this place the better for him. Why? For 2 reasons: he would have a solid reputation in the city, which would make him have a better appeal to the shoppers who wanted to buy items from his prize pool quicker. The second and most important reason was that high-ranked players never deal business with unknown players. If he wanted to collect the materials without any hiccups, he needed to avoid laying low and make his presence be seen as much as possible. Exposing his name and the title was only the start. I do wonder what he is doing here though. I don't think he fulfilled the requirements to join the trials. Trials? I doubt he needs them. What do you mean? Without bothering to answer him, the player pointed his finger at the checkpoint that was getting closer and closer. His meaning was clear: see it yourself. After a minute or so, Felix's turn finally arrived. The line was moving pretty quickly as the staff merely asked 2 straight-to-the-point questions. Are you here to join the Ivy League? If so, please tell me which requirement did you fulfill? Yes, I have fulfilled the 3rd requirement. Straightforward as well, Felix answered. Good, put your AP bracelet in the scanner please. The staff requested with a dry voice. Felix did as he was told, and waited for a positive response. TI ring. After hearing the sound, the staff recited in a swift manner, your application has been approved. If you want any further information about the rules, benefits, map of the city and such, please voice your request to the Queen. He pointed at the door behind him and said, welcome to the Ivy League. You are now an official part of the organization. Elated by finally hearing those sweet words, Felix nodded his head in appreciation to the staff and walked with hurried steps towards the door, leaving the players behind him, staring at his back with dumbfounded expressions. Their speechlessness was understandable since not one of the players in those lines got approved instantly like Felix, giving them full freedom to move as they wished in the city. Instead, they either get thrown to the enforcers after being found that they didn't fulfill any of the 3 requirements or get sent to the venue where hellish trials were being held each day. 5 minutes later, Felix kept walking on the clean streets with a wide grin on his face. His eyes continued to roam around in absolute fascination. Unlike the Androxa capital and the Mariana capital, the Ivy League city wasn't massive to the point it stretched to infinity. In fact, it was built on a humble mountain chain that had all of its mountain summits smoothened up. And on each of those summits, there was either a unique towering building standing in the center or many smaller buildings tiered to each other in a circular shape, resembling a snail shell. Currently, Felix was walking on the summit of the Teleportation Mountain. It was named as such since the main building of the teleportation company was based on the summit of this mountain. Since, it was a known fact that the majority of people were always tiered around the teleportation companies, the entire summit of the mountain had nothing but the building and long streets, leading to many transportation means. Just like everyone else, Felix was heading for one of those means. He was a bit excited as in his previous life, every time he stepped into this city, he always gets sent to the Arena Mountain, where the trials were being held on a daily basis. But, now he was finally free to go wherever he wanted in this city. After reaching the station, he was faced with a hologram that was highlighting all of the transportations currently available. He scrolled down the hovercars and chose a flying mount. Immediately after, a list packed with hundreds of flying mounts was displayed before him. Not wanting to get entangled in which one was better, Felix chose one randomly and paid for its services. Whoosh! Thud! The instant the coins were wired, a golden griffin landed on an empty platform next to Felix. Satisfied, Felix smiled widely while jumping on the back of the griffin. Caca! It let out a high-pitched whistling while flapping its golden wings twice, lifting itself up from the platform. Take me to the marketplace. Felix ordered while gripping its soft feathers tightly. Whoosh! The griffin lowered its head and started flapping its wings rapidly towards a mountain that had its summit completely bare. That's right, there wasn't a single building on the summit. But still, it was actually the most bustling place in the entire city. Due to Felix's current height, he was able to only see black dots tiered to each other akin to ants. However, as the griffin started to descend, those ants kept growing in his vision until he was able to see exactly what each one of them was doing. Thud! The griffin landed on an empty platform, making Felix sigh dejectedly at how short the flight was due to the close distance between the mountains. He jumped from the griffin and walked towards the noisy marketplace like it wasn't packed with elite players but with haggling grannies. Yet, what was even stranger was that the sellers neither had shops nor stalls, they were just sitting on a comfy armchair while having a huge hologram displayed before them. And the items showcased on those holograms would give a heart attack to any commoner. Finally I am here. Felix murmured to himself as he walked through the rows and rows of those sellers all spread out on the summit in tens of straight lines to make it easier for the shoppers to glance at their products. Chapter 169, Prize Pool Free Trading. After Felix toggled a good distance inside the market, he lifted his hand, which had the AP bracelet attached to and called softly, "Queen, please scan for these materials: Fountain Purity Drop, Dark Starfly Dust, Golem Brass, Voidling's Scales, and lastly, Uncommon Elemental Flower." In a jiffy, the Queen used the AP bracelet scanning feature, making the bracelet emit invisible blue particles in 50 meters radius around Felix. I need to upgrade the bracelet. Felix frowned his eyebrows at this limited range. He knew that the current new generation of bracelets could allow the Queen to scan 500 meters or more. But for now, he focused on the materials. He just made a mental note to shop for another bracelet later on. The players near him weren't surprised by his weird pose as a lot of players were doing the same in every part of the market. After all, in this market, there were thousands of sellers, yet no search bar to facilitate finding what one wanted. Soon, the Queen finished her scanning and informed him, "I found 4 materials of the mentioned list in those marked sellers." Felix looked around and saw 4 sellers marked in red particles by the Queen. He thanked her and moved towards the nearest one of them. After arriving near the cellar, he saw that there was a small crowd of players that was surrounding him. Though only one player was actually talking to the seller as the rest were gazing in focus at nothing. Ignoring this sight, Felix aimed his bracelet at the huge hologram before him and the content of it was copied in his bracelet. After doing so, he went to an empty spot and stood like the others gazing at nothing. Though, that what appeared to the rest but for Felix, he was browsing items on an invisible holographic list. This list was exactly the same as the prize pool list he had in his games. From the limited 100 items to the limited stock available to trade. The only difference between them was that none of the items were the same. Except of course the elemental stones. Got you. After scrolling down to the bottom of the list, Felix showed a faint grin at finding the dark starfly dust. Plus, there were still 10 grams available in the stock. Though, Felix needed only 4 for the potion. He already bought 1 gram from the Beethoven auction with 320 million SC. Yet now, he was looking at this material that cost just 1000 GP per gram. Without wasting time, he closed the hologram and went to the seller. Trade or buy? The seller asked him in a straightforward manner. I want to buy 4 grams of the dark starfly dust. Felix answered. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number *50283893416325969 for visiting. As per the league's rules, please wire 4000 GP first and my 5% commission after the purchase. The seller informed Felix as he extended his AP bracelet to him. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix touched the seller's bracelet, sending him the needed amount. Felix was already familiar with the rules of the league, and he understood that he didn't need to worry about getting scammed or cheated out of his money. Everyone here was a member of the league and based on rules, cheating another player had only one penalty, which was getting sent to mine elemental stones on mineral planets. One should never forget that elemental stones get created in the most hellish environments, each based on the element. For example, fire stones could only be found on planets like Solaria planet, the one Felix played Death Race in. Thus, those sellers could be trusted to not escape with his game points. TI ring. After hearing the sound of the notification, the seller withdrew his hand with a pleased smile on his face. He created a minimized version of the list and scrolled down until he located the material. He then clicked on buy 4 grams only and closed down the hologram. Contract or not? The seller asked. Contract please. Felix replied expressionlessly. Immediately after, the seller projected an invisible contract before Felix, entailing that Felix needed to pay him 5% of the total amount spent to buy the material. Reason? His labor fees. That's right, his labor fees for reaching the gold rank and obtaining this randomized prize pool in his game. You see, all of those players in the market were selling none other than items from the prize pools they obtained in their games. Obviously, none of those items were actually belonging to them but to the SGA. They were simply displaying the latest prize pool list they got after playing a game to those interested in the items they lucked out on. This loophole was working only because players get 100 randomized items in the prize pool on each game. This meant, there was a high chance for a player to get not a single item or resource that he wanted while getting an item that was desperately needed by another player. In other words, those two, if they met, could totally trade items or buy them for each other with a small labor commission for the troubles. This loophole was exiting for a long time now, and the SGA or the Queen never bothered to patch it up since it was actually beneficial for the Alliance's economy. The players weren't doing anything wrong as they simply used their own game points which they earned rightfully in their games to buy items from other lists. The only thing the SGA forbade was direct game points transfer. As for trading items or selling them, they were never bothered about it. Their indirect approval made this new emerging industry explode in popularity. To the point it got an official name, prize pool free trading. Free trading in the sense, every player in the platform no matter his rank was able to join as well, he just needed to play one game. That's all it took. Felix literally could right now find an empty spot in the summit and display his prize pool with the intention to sell. Though, he would rather not embarrass him like this as he was still in bronze rank, which meant those items were also below the interest of probably every player in the league. Thus, he only came here with the intention to buy the materials, nothing more, nothing less. After finishing reading the contract that was filled with the usual known terms, Felix signed it and sent it back to the seller. Before getting told what to do, Felix touched the bracelet of the seller, wiring the 200 GP commission. The seller nodded his head in satisfaction after seeing what he earned. He literally did absolutely nothing but display a list that belonged to the SGA and he earned 200 GP free. Though he did work his ass off to reach the gold rank, and that was something not any average Joe could do. Seeing his content expression, Felix smiled bitterly after remembering himself practicing this business on the Androx's public market. Instead of getting rich players interested in buying from his prize pool, he was only getting commoners asking about what he was selling or even worse enforcers, trying to capture him due to selling without a permit. This was one of the reasons in his previous life that got him obsessed with joining the Ivy League. The fact those sellers before him could just sit here and chill, yet game points fill their accounts without dropping a sweat. He always wanted to do the same, alas the trials were too hard for him. I believe you received the serial code of the materials. Felix's absent-mindedness was broken by the seller's polite question. Felix nodded his head after he checked that indeed, 4 serial codes were added to his AP bracelet. Glad to do business with you. The seller gave him a polite smile and gestured with his hand for the player waiting behind Felix patiently. Not wanting to block his business, Felix turned around and left, heading to the next seller that the Queen was marking. Felix wasn't afraid about the fact that his serial codes were known to the seller as the contract they signed forbade the seller from utilizing the code directly or indirectly. Nothing could fool the Queen's vision. 15 minutes later, Felix went through all of the marked sellers and obtained all the materials needed except for the last one. The uncommon elemental flower. He spent around 19,500 to buy 14 fountain purity drops, 1 golem brass, 4 dark star fly dust, and 2 voidlings scales. With the Dawntree leaf that he bought in the auction before, he currently only needed the uncommon elemental flower and he could make contact with a witch to concoct the potion for him. If it wasn't for the second game and the massive amount of game points he obtained, he would have taken at least a year or so to gather those materials. Though, he was still having difficulty finding the uncommon elemental flower. He continued to scan every once in a while, yet the Queen always gave him negative results. Felix wasn't really surprised about the lack of this material as he knew that it was extremely useful to any bloodliner alive. This put him in a pickle as this material was a must-buy since it was the core of the potion. It was known for being split into 3 grades: common element flower, which possessed a petal for each of the 7 known common elements. Uncommon elemental flower possessed a petal for those 7 common elements in addition to every uncommon element in the universe. Finally, the all-elemental flower, which had every single element whether it's known or not. Sadly, this flower already went extinct. This flower had many uses besides being a core material to the elemental potion. The most known use was actually ingesting it directly. Doing so helps to increase the affinity rating by 3%. Though, it was a must to have an element corresponding to a petal for that effect to take place. For Felix, who needed the uncommon flower to make an elemental potion that had all the elements except for the rare ones, this made it challenging for him to acquire one. Chapter 170, Contacting a Witch. After going around the market 2 times in a row and still coming up with either don't have it or sold out, Felix decided to take a quick break and continue browsing. He was planning to camp in the market until he gets what he wanted. After all, the gathering was going to last for 3 days, this meant there would be new sellers tomorrow replacing the ones who had all of their stock either bought by shoppers, or players from the game they got the prize pool. Felix knew that prize pools weren't monopolized by 1 player or 2, but by all the players participating in that said game. For example, Felix's current prize pool was being shared by all the surviving players from the shuffle maze. The stock was being shared as well. This meant the prize pools don't really last for long before getting all of the good items wiped out clean. This was the reason the Ivy League made 3 days gathering each month. They wanted to give the sellers and the buyers a specific period to do business before the prize pools get sapped out. Heck, the majority of the players in the league were playing games exactly 1 day before the gathering, so if they made it out alive, their stock would be still full and fresh. 2 days later at 6 a.m. Felix was standing in the middle of the market with his hand in the air. A few seconds later, the Queen's monotonous voice resounded in his mind with a sentence he heard about thousands of times now: "The material has not been detected in this area. F***ck my life." Felix massaged his weary bloodshot eyes in frustration. He was awake for straight 54 hours now, and even though he was in the UVR, his brain still needed rest from being active for such a long period of time. Just as he planned to lower his hand and move to another area, the Queens informed him, "The material has been spotted. The seller is being marked." Ecstatic, Felix opened his bloodshot eyes widely as he kept looking around, wanting to find the marked seller. Soon, he saw a female player, who had absolutely no one next to her. Immediately after seeing so, he understood that she had just sat in her position and was about to start selling her products. Without delaying for a split second, he dashed towards her and said softly, "I want to buy an uncommon elemental flower." "Why talk so soft? Am I not selling just an uncommon elemental flower?" she said while laughing out loud, making her voice reach the ears of the players near them. She understood that he didn't want others to hear about the flower so he wouldn't have anyone contesting for it. But, was she his sister to give him such a freebie? Uncommon elemental flower. Nice, I got just enough for it. Finally. Been searching for it for a month now. Yes. I need just 3% to reach a 70% affinity rating. More and more players kept gathering around them as the news was being spread further and further in the market by the loud chatter. Suddenly, Felix, who was standing all by himself before, was now surrounded by desperate F***ck's just like him, who needed this material at all cost. He. Amused, she chuckled as she looked at his twitching lips and clenched fists until his hands were turned paler. She knew that he was holding himself from cursing her mother to the grave. "All right, ladies and gentlemen." She stood up on her armchair and smiled, "We will do this the traditional way." She highlighted the flower on the Human Go's hologram and said, "The standard price to buy the flower is 4,000 GP. My 5% commission from it will be 200 GP. She grinned widely and announced, "Start the auction. 300 GP. 400 GP. 600 GP. 750 GP. Each time Felix heard a newer bid, he felt like his heart got stabbed by a dagger. He understood that what the players were currently bidding for wasn't the flower but the commission itself. This meant the higher bidder would need to pay the standard 4,000 GP for the flower plus the amount he paid. 1,500 GP. 1,520 GP. 1,550 GP. 2050 GP. After seeing that the bids were finally slowing down, Felix decided to join by increasing 500 GP at once, hoping to scare everyone off. Well, he sure did, as everyone who heard him turned towards him, wanting to see who was that desperate to buy the flower with a whopping 6,050 GP. The wealthiest of them all? The hell is that title? The moment their eyes landed on the glittering gold title, their eyelids couldn't help but twitch. They didn't know what condition he fulfilled in the game to get that unique title, but they sure know now that it was related to game points. There was no way they were going to contest with such a person. They might be above Felix in rank, but the majority of them never had an above 10k GP collected in their account. If it was so easy to gather them, everyone would start joining the league by the third requirement. I am out, it's already above my budget. Sigh, I really wanted it. The gathered players started to spread, heading to other sellers. They might want to increase their affinity rating, but 6050 GP was too much for just a 3% affinity increase. There were other worthy items to buy with that item. 2050 GP going once. 2050 GP going twice. The seller paused for a few seconds after her shout, trying to delay for a bit. She hoped that someone might change his mind. Unfortunately, everyone was leaving while shaking their heads. In the end, she just sighed and called, "Sold." Clap, clap. The players who remained started applauding after the flower was auctioned. Habits were really hard to change. Felix nodded at them in appreciation while extending his AP bracelet towards the seller. She swiftly touched his bracelet, getting wired only the standard 4000 GP for the flower. In a haste, she tapped purchase, worried that someone from her game was going to snatch it before her. TI ring. Fortunately, the sound of the anticipated notification resounded in the area, making both Felix and the seller sigh in relief at the same time. She smiled charmingly in his direction while he merely gave her a middle finger. Unbothered by his reaction, she laughed and sent him the contract. She didn't even bother to ask him like the first seller. Find authorized novels in, faster updates, better experience, please click number. _ 5030217254547135 for visiting. After reading it carefully for a couple of minutes, Felix signed it and wired her the remaining 2050 GP. Immediately after getting paid her commission, she sent him the serial code and said, "Glad to do business with you. I wish you die in your next game." Leaving behind him the most famous curse between players, Felix turned around and walked away through the crowded market. "You too!" she yelled with a merry smile on her face. Nothing was going to affect her happiness of getting a free 2050 GP without losing anything. Sadly, the same couldn't be said about Felix, who just spent almost the entire 26k GP that he had on all of the materials. He was left with merely 2k GP or less. 14 hours later, in Felix's Androxa house. "Peep. Peep. Shut it off, Queen." Felix murmured with his eyes closed shut. Too bad, the alarm kept going off, forcing him to open his muddled eyes. The moment his eyes were opened, the Queen turned off the alarm. Felix looked at his AP bracelet and saw that he actually slept for 14 hours straight. The moment he secured all the materials in the IV market, he teleported to the Androxa capital and went to get some rest in his house. He was too tired to contact a witch and enter a business deal with her. After 5 minutes, he was sitting at the living room table, which was filled with food. He picked an apple and took a bite while having a hologram in front of him that was displaying a list of names with data at the side. / Name, W1. Ikram / potions, Elemental Potion, Advanced Rejuvenation Potion, Tonic of Hatred, Filter of Love / Total Success Rate, 39%. Name, W2. Mina / Potions, Brew of Weakness, Potion of Shielding, Elemental Potion, Flask of Reversed Growth / Total Success Rate, 41%. Name, W3. Hala / Potions, Potion of Fortitude, Tonic of Fury, Elemental Potion, Vial of Perception / Total Success Rate, 49%. / The moment Felix spotted a 49% success rate, he swiftly stopped scrolling the list of the witches, who could concoct the elemental potion, and clicked on the name W3. Hala. Immediately after, a side hologram emerged in his right, displaying a detailed profile interface of the witch. / Name, Hala. Witch rank, 3. Success rates, Elemental Potion equals 49%, / Potion of Fortitude equals 51%, / Tonic of Fury equals 49%, / Current queue number, 359. Reviews, 4511, / Totally ignoring the rest of the details down the profile interface, Felix focused on the success rate of the elemental potion as well as the queue line. Not a bad rate honestly, he said, pleased. Even though the witch success rate wasn't above 50%, Felix knew that for such a problematic potion to concoct, that rate was extremely good. Specifically for merely a rank 3 witch. Though, he wasn't pleased by the long queue line, which entailed that 359 orders were placed before him. Still, he knew that it was better than contacting a witch with a smaller queue line but tragic success rate. He would rather wait months before his potion's turn than risk losing all his materials and the exorbitant concoction fees after the potion concoction fails. Without further ado, he clicked her displayed phone number and waited for a couple of seconds before his call got connected. Good evening, this is Witch Hala's assistant. How can I help you? A mellow enthusiastic female voice resonated in the room.